Hi, everyone. Welcome to Young Social Workers Speak as part of Social Work Day on the Hill. My name is Taylor Brown, and I'll be your moderator for our panel discussion today. So, as a quick introduction, uh, Dr. Charles Lewis has collected a group of younger social workers who are either in school or recently graduated from graduate social work education. And I believe most of, or not all of us, are macro social workers and have worked or actively work in public and social policy and politics. So we are delighted to be with you today. And we'll start with some quick introductions. So I'll wrap up with an introduction myself lastly. We'll start. Who wants to start and introduce themselves?
I can start. So my name's Nevo Polanski. I use he, him, his pronouns, and I am a recent graduate from the University of Michigan School of Social Work in the master's program, like Taylor mentioned, with a focus on macro politics, specifically policy and political social work. And I'm currently working for the county that I live in, Washtenaw County, at the Office of Community and Economic Development, which does a lot of different programming and policy work for all residents throughout the community, but especially residents who have a lower household income. And it is an absolute joy, and I really enjoy being able to impact local policy in my role.
I can go next. My name is Mr. Rodriguez Gomes. I use she, they pronouns, and I am a master's in social work student at Columbia University. I currently work with Chris as a fellowship internship site, and my track is political and immigration policy. So excited to be here.
I'll go next. I'm Stephanie Brody, and I am at the University of Houston. I currently hold two positions. I work for Commissioner Rodney Ellis as a policy analyst in Precinct 1 here in Harris County, and I also work for a neighborhood community recovery center in District D, and I serve the OST community. It's a smaller community in District D in between two major Sunnyside and 3rd Ward, and so I serve on their panel and their board of directors.
And hi, everyone. My name is Devaney Howard. I use she, her pronouns. I'm at the Columbia School of Social Work along with Marissa, and I'm in the policy macro track, and I'm currently at the Office of Management and Budget based in DC. Excited to be here. Thanks.
Excellent. And again, I'm Taylor Brown. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm a recent graduate of the Brown School at WashU. I studied domestic and social economic development policy and research, and now I work for a consultancy in DC, work in tech and infrastructure policy. I lead the public policy side of our state initiatives and some initiatives for large counties and in the broadband equity space. In my graduate studies, I was an advisor to the assistant secretary at the Administration for Children and Families, and was a research assistant for the center, or at the Center for Social Development, and was actively involved with local and state politics in Missouri and my home state of Arkansas. So with that being said, enough about us. We're excited to talk about younger people generally, our impact and involvement in U.S. politics, and our how we're influencing public policy generally at the local, state, and federal levels. Dr. Lewis asked us to start with a discussion of the 26th Amendment, which lowered the minimum voter age to 18. So I think as we turn to like cable news sites or social media, the folks on this panel and hopefully you watching this, you've probably seen younger people speaking, being involved with politics more broadly, maybe for better or for worse. And so we're going to start our discussion there. So to the panel, just want to ask, how have you seen people your age, our age, younger folks being involved with politics in the political system? Who wants to start?
I can kick us off as well. So the first thing that's coming to my mind for how I've seen younger folks engage in the political arena is thinking more broadly about community organizing and seeing how younger folks have really taken to social media as a way to organize an online community to focus on politics in all sorts of different ways, whether it is organizing a rally or a protest or just spreading awareness within their community. Because I think one of the big social work ideals that really impacts politics is the ability to build a coalition and build a community. And the younger generation and our peers right now are doing a really good job of doing that with tools that are emerging and then haven't really been tapped. And so it's exciting to see that work being done on the internet and on social media.
Definitely. And what comes to mind for me in thinking about that is my friends and colleagues and who are involved with organizing for the Black Lives Matter movement last year and the year before. And when you were talking, when I was thinking, I was like, wow, that was mainly younger folks who I knew who were involved with organizing that, at least in the St. Louis region. Um, so yeah, and like you're talking about, like untapped tools to do that. Most of the organizing was through some form of media or social media. Um, so anyone else, how have you seen younger people involved with the political system?
Yeah, so I used to work for Asian Americans for Equity in Queens in New York City. And so when the massacre kind of happened with the killing of the Asian woman, we kind of responded to the students' cry where they felt unsafe to speak Mandarin or their own native tongue, and kind of created safe space workshops um, for safety and inclusion, and to try to help those communities that were targeted based on racial hate and discriminatory practices. So I think also partnering with local officials in the Flushing area as well to do like anti-Asian hate is one of the things that I'm proud that the younger generation is really taking a hold of, is political activism. I will say that, there has to be a difference between if it's just trending or if it's actual cause to a response in your community. So I think it's like there's also a distinction that needs to be more clarified for the younger generation. But I do like the utilization of technology such as social media to really gather people in bigger, broader communities to really respond to the causes that are happening.
I think I'll jump on that. Something that comes to mind when I'm thinking about how like younger people are engaging in civic engagement, for example, like when I think about peers my age and that kind of includes people who are also in my program and maybe also in the policy track. And so in a way that kind of creates like a similar, or what they call like confirmation bias, is when you're on social media, like you're getting kind of the same information sent to you and kind of having what I am like interested in, believing in, being confirmed by like what is being sent to me by. But then at the same time, like I also can, because I definitely think like, you'll talk to younger siblings and kind of see how like the school, or at least in my community, seems to be engaging more with like kind of, or like for example, we went to the same high school, so I think when I was younger I didn't really see a lot of engagement with like what's going on with like the local school board, or like what's going on in my like with the local like sorry elections just in the town, and then in our capital versus like in the federal government. And so I think now I'm kind of seeing more of that with younger generations, and I think that does have to do with kind of like the catalyst that we've seen, especially over COVID, for example. So, and then coming back to like working with, or like being surrounded by people who are kind of in the same program as me, there, and I'll probably talk about this more later, but like at Columbia University, and I know some other universities, we've started engaging with Voting is Social Work, which is a national organization, to kind of create like auxiliary or just like university-based social work advocacy student organizations or like student-led organizations. So I think in that way, I may be seeing a little bit more engagement from or people my age, but I think I wouldn't say like, I don't know, it varies, of course, like in what states you may be in. Like I'm gonna step off this pedal or soapbox in a minute, but like coming from Ohio, like it used to be like a pretty big swing state. So I think we'd see it a little bit more on my campus on Ohio State, or from my perspective, I guess. But I don't know. I think it's really hard to say sometimes, but I'm definitely seeing like this general trend towards being a little bit more just like interested or curious, possibly online at least.
I agree, Devaney, because it depends on what region you're in. Because here, the first person who jumped out in my head, I'm here in Houston, was Tamika Mallory. She came here, she campaigned, it was huge. And they did a lot of marches, they had a lot of activism. It was 90% social media. But I know that George Floyd died and he went to Yates. So it was here in Houston. And all the cameras were here, all the media was here. So the youth were very active because Yates was here. And so, but I do know that she had a huge impact on the women's marches at first. But the way that they coordinated and they brought youth together and they brought, things that attracted the youth. Like we had people from social media, bloggers that I didn't know, rappers I didn't know, all these people who came, and it caused a huge campaign, and it still goes on here locally in Houston. But again, I don't know if it rippled out. I know people came here from everywhere. So right now, youth activism here in Houston in this particular district, in this particular ward is I see it all the time. Very influential. But that buzz from what happened from George Floyd is still lingering here in Houston.
I see a comment in the comment section. For anyone who's joining us, please feel free to put comments, questions, things you just want us to talk about in the comment section, and when we see it, we can bring it up. But Sarah was talking about the influence of social media, and whenever they see something on the news or something they don't know about, they might turn to TikTok or Twitter. Can we just quickly camp out in talking about TikTok and Twitter whenever it comes to younger people and our involvement with politics? Do you see like social media as a good thing, as a galvanizing thing, or what are some of the negative repercussions of it?
I can go. So, the war in Ukraine, I don't want to focus too much on it, but, because of not leaking misinformation, TikTok has actually banned new users and new subscribers from news outlets in Russia. So right now there's no TikTok available for new users in Russia, as well as the users when they try finding news outlets about the war in Ukraine. So, I mean, that's one example of how it can be beneficial, but also there's restrictions to that and how policy has played a role in that. And so I think it's like really helpful because I've seen like in different movements, like when national news coverages aren't covering these local issues, or just the raid in the Capitol, for example. A lot of social media is where I got most of my news outlets from before the news outlets even got there. So I think it's like it's really helpful because it puts the power and narrative in the hands of the people. But at the same time, you have to know who is it benefiting, who is benefiting from this story and from this news being shared, and the disservice that we have when not actually like taking into consideration like who is the intended audience for.
I totally agree, Marissa, with the verification and the aspect of who's doing it. I just know that I think it's a huge platform. I think it's a huge platform. It's almost like the verifiable fact check. Even if I see that younger people are finding, they'll put the they'll put two links, they'll say, this is where they lied and this is where they told the truth and this is where I found it. And so sometimes it goes so quick and it's so fast, the news can't keep up. I'm trying to watch the news, I'm trying to keep up, but it's so much quicker to get the alert or to get the notification or to get the live, feed. So I tend to love it. I look at it obsessively. It's quick, fast, it's in a hurry. Sometimes it's not always true, I know, but I love to be able to fact check it, or even to spark something to see, is this really happening? And then I can dig deeper. It's almost like it's the little fire starter that makes me research more. So I think it's a huge platform. I think the way it goes out globally, you mentioned the Ukraine, but we're here, but we kind of know day to day. We feel like we know what's happening day to day, and so that platform for global communication and access has just been huge. I think it's a huge platform.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, Stephanie, about how I do appreciate that TikTok brings things to my attention that I've just never even heard of, or hasn't really even crossed my mind. And it can be, I feel small or not small, but just it could be about insects in one instance, or about mental health in another, and I'm just not thinking about it. So I think that's really something that social media or TikTok specifically has really brought to light. And I think the fact that anybody can have a platform, it can be super empowering. But I also think that with it being either 60 seconds or 30 seconds, you kind of it's really important to not always just take it for what it is, or what you're seeing, and to do that background or verification, or just to be well, what could this also mean, or what other implications could this have? But I definitely having this, it's just, we're in such a time where we have so much access to so many different people and so many different lives, and I think that can be super helpful.
And Stephanie, I really like how you talked about you would see something on TikTok, but then maybe you'd click on a link to verify it. I am wondering if that's a common thing, because so many younger folks are on social media, TikTok, Twitter. I do wonder, how often we're following up what we're consuming with looking at a peer-reviewed journal article. Probably not. How often are we looking New York Times to see have journalists verified these ideas? But I really like your approach where you're this is the spark, and then I'm going to dig deeper into it. But regardless, it's hard. We would be remiss not to talk about the influence of social media on younger people, our involvement with politics and activism. So thank you all for sharing about that. And also, you were talking about how globalized, how the social media has been able to globalize politics and culture and communication in a way that many younger people are tapping into. And you talked about Ukraine, as the day that started going down, my TikTok feed is blown up with stuff going on in Ukraine, right? When in human history has we been able to access information like that? So anyway, excellent points. We're gonna step out of that camp. We'll probably talk more about social media's role, but just with this consensus about we've talked about activism, we've talked about interest in engagement in politics. It's also true that the rates of younger people voting actually increased in the last election, at least at the federal level. Right? Yeah. So we're also seeing some metrics for increased involvement, maybe more so than we've seen in the past. Given all of that, since we're talking about the 26th Amendment, do you think that there should be a minimum voting age, given the increased involvement of young people in politics? Who wants to start?
I'll start. I think so. And I know the panel might give me, I like the age of 18. I remember just being excited to tier level into adulthood. So I liked the tier for you to tell me that I couldn't drive at 11. I had to wait until 16, right? It gave me this thing of wanting to learn and see and go through the process. And I feel like I don't want to take that away from voting. I think that it should start at an earlier age and on a local level, maybe be lowered, especially for secondary education. Okay, if I'm going to school and I want to see changes on my high school, I should be able to get more involved on elected on the local school board, right? So I do believe on that because it's them. We have critical race theory out. People are yanking these books off these shelves. They're not yanking the books off the shelf of the college yet, but they're yanking them off of secondary schools. Those students should have a voice to say whether they want to read the book or not. And so people shouldn't be making those decisions for them who probably didn't read the book anyway. So for that, I think the age should be lowered. It should be in intervals that apply. But on a federal level, I like the age of 18, gradually going into being able to have that form of adulting, I like to call it.
Yeah, I agree on the local level of like school boards, for instance. Students should be getting involved in that. I do think that if someone has the ability to drive at 16, they should have the ability to vote, just because I'm from California originally, and California, when Alex Padilla was Secretary of State, he did this online like automatic voting registration for everyone 17 up. At the age of 17, they automatically be registered to vote, and through that, they all have mail-in ballots. So that was the automatic thing that California did. Um, when I was in Assemblymember Rudy Saul's office in the Capitol in Sacramento. So that was one of the advancements for civic engagement, civic education, voter registration. And I think it's like 18 is good enough. I think 17, 18 is kind of like the age that I would say like maybe so. 16 is a little bit younger, but I would just say that, we need to educate the people and the kids like in their government classes and who their local officials, who is like the Secretary of House. Like we need to educate them from a local level. And then where does that come from? It comes from funding. And we all know funding's been drained from education. So it's kind of like if you're going to onboard and give the power to people around a younger age or 17, 18, there needs to be some type of training or curriculum that guides them through that process.
I really agree, Marissa. I really like the idea of expanding civic education. And with that, I'm really not sure where I land on what the voting age should be, especially because I feel like with expanded civic education, it would be great to lower the voting age. And then there's a part of me that acknowledges that right now our civic education is not very strong. And a lot of 18-year-olds are voting without a lot of context or information about how the electoral process works, what the elected officials they are voting for stand for. And so with that acknowledgement, I also don't feel like lowering the voting age would necessarily be all that different. I think the people who currently have access to civic education would continue to have access to civic education, and the people who don't wouldn't. So the question is, what other criteria are we thinking about for the voting age? Are we looking at developmental capacity and developmental just like age and growth over time? And I don't feel like I have enough information to say a 14-year-old shouldn't vote, but a 15-year-old should vote. So I think lowering the voting age in general is something that would expand access and be really good for younger people, especially in local elections. But I also am not opposed to it for federal elections. And to a certain extent, it feels arbitrary.
Yeah, I think I generally just really agree with everything that's been said already. And I think initially my first gut reaction is kind of like, if we're going to lower the voting age, then I think that civic engagement education needs to have a lot more investment at the local levels, like in high schools. Like, what are these positions? Who is impacted by these decisions? What are these decision makers even doing? But I think if you like kind of look at the history of voting in the United States, like, I mean, first it was just property owning white men, and then we extended it to African Americans, and then we extended it or to women, and then African Americans, and then we had to continue to extend it to make sure. And now we're still kind of looking at like century long like voter suppression tactics, such as like strict voter ID and like gerrymandering. But I think so. I guess I bring that up to just say like it was all just an arbitrary decision on the part of like the people in power on who gets to participate in democracy in the United States and who gets to have a say. But it wasn't on the basis of like, oh, these people, like you were saying, what's the criteria? Is it on a biological like readiness of being 27 or 25 when your brain's developed, for example? Or is it like being like politically knowledgeable, like having gone through a policy track, for example? And I don't think that's how voting should work, especially if we're espousing like a participatory or just democracy in general, where like your citizens are having a say in what is happening to them and who is governing them. So I think in that case, like the voting age is completely arbitrary. And even with education, like Neva was saying, I'm not saying I'm completely educated to be voting in the most like informed way. And so like, what does that look like for, younger people? They're all going to be impacted. And so they should have
I think it's a really important caveat that you brought up at the end. So I want to go back to Leonard is talking about social media. When you talk about social media's influence on anybody but younger people, we also need to talk about misinformation. I'm wondering, do you think that whenever I talk to people about this, and often like a gut response is, oh well, anyone younger than 18, if they're allowed to vote, they're going to vote like their parents vote, or they're going to be easily influenced to vote according to someone else's, to someone else's benefit or interest. Do you have a reaction to that comment? Do you think it's true?
I think a lot of people still vote the way their parents, grandparents, whoever they're around, they're still doing that like today, no matter the age. I think that that's what's so huge about the age being lowered at different, like you said, different criterias, because then you get interest from different groups, and that impact of what they believe comes to the forefront, right? And so I think when you engage people to come into the democracy earlier, you get where they're at and what they want to talk about earlier, right? And so, but I do think that groups tend to vote along what they're doing, right? The influence of everyone. There was 93 people on the ballot on our last, midterm. I didn't have time to look at each and every one, but I kind of went with what I saw and, what I kind of felt or where they were at, and so I think allowing, that education and getting allowed to jump into the conversation or in the pool is a good thing to start at a younger age. I do.
Yeah, my last field placement was with ACLU or NICLU in New York City, American Civil Liberties Union for New York. And they had programs that would encourage high school students and college students to learn about their civil rights and civil liberties. And one of the topics that would have them was policing in schools, comprehensive sex education, environmental justice, like toxic waste sites nearby that, or the Psy Act, for example, like being nearby gross highways or meeting nearby highways within a 5-mile radius of schools that will affect air pollution for students, or different things like that. Or even when I was in California, I'm from Fresno originally, so Central Valley. So a lot of them talked about air pollution from agricultural means that would have toxic issues and asthma and other public health issues because of agricultural issues nearby schools. So I think it's like one of the good things that I think like programs like NANCLU does is that it involves people in the civic education process early where they can be representatives on onboarding to topics that do directly affect them so they can like outspeak and grow in that. So I think that there is hope for different programs like that that can be a model to help educate people in the civic engagement process.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to add something else that I thought
Please
about.
go ahead.
Well, I also agree with Stephanie that like everyone is voting with an interest already kind of like from their parents, for example, like already kind of ingrained in them. But I think, so I just remember this. I worked at the Legal Aid Society last year for my like social work field practicum, and I was in the juvenile justice system and working specifically on special education. But something that I remember was learning that there's this law that's called raise the age, which basically would raise the from 17 to 18, meaning that only 18-year-olds could be like tried as an adult, but that like it wasn't until 2017 that New York City did that. So like 17 and 16-year-olds were being tried in the adult justice system instead of the juvenile justice system. And so it's like if you kind of have laws like that where you're inflicting such a harsh what's the word? Sorry, I guess punishment you could say, but you're not giving them the vote. I think that's super like, I guess, what's the good word for that? Just it doesn't really match up in my brain if like they are receiving this punishment and they have no say in what that means for them.
Sean in the comments brought up a really good point that I think resonates with that. Sean says that it feels ableist to say that so like some people can vote, some can't based on their competence or cognizance. What about folks with dementia or Alzheimer's, or should they not be allowed to vote, right? And it's interesting. I think throughout history, there's been this, in terms of voting, there's been this conversation of, well, should we give people the right to vote? Should we not? They might vote against the established power structure, economic structure, right? And so there's always this conversation, I think. But whenever we talk about rights, the right to vote, are rights determined by how you're going to use that right? Well, maybe not. But any other like concluding thoughts on this? We need to move on, but I know that there's a lot of thoughts on this topic. All right. So regardless of what we think, how we feel, the conclusion of this discussion about lowering the voting age is still 18, right? Switching gears a little bit, how do you see younger people your age, our age, how do you see us impacting future elections in terms of local elections, the midterm election coming up, and even the presidential election also coming up?
I guess I can go. I'm hopeful because I mean we've seen people and students like get involved in politics that affect them directly. So I know in Texas right now there's like the no gay pro bill, or was that Florida? One of the two. I know they're handling some issues. Yeah, but there are students that are actively protesting that and actively talking to the representatives and asking them and pleading them to vote no on this thing. And I think that's just one example of how our youth is using social media and TikTok, as well as other means to help protect their rights and when their rights are violated based on the Constitution, you know. So it gives me hope for the future because I see how the youth is like stepping up. But at the same time, I think that for the future, we're such polarized issues now where it's like right or left, or it's all for us or all against us, or kind of like you have to agree with me on everything or else you're not for me. So I feel like there has to be a middle ground point where the right and the left can really have civic debates, but not like be at point ends of polarized like politics where we're at now. So my hope is that we can learn the art of debating again, or at least agree to disagree again. Which I think that's the problem with the left and the right. The left want change now, and the ship is turning, but it's turning slowly. And then versus the right, which is the status quo. So it's kind of like who, like with this tug of war, like how can we come a little bit closer together and really talk on these issues that affect all of us, because the personal is political and it does affect all of our lives. So my hope is that we can come to speaking terms when it comes to these type of issues.
I'm excited. I'm excited about the younger generation coming. I don't know if anyone else thinks of COVID and how it slowed us down. You know, it slowed us down and the world stopped. So when things were happening, we were able to see things and react quicker. And I think that that flow of communication and recognition and reflection to things like this is happening in America was so huge, and it's still here. It's still here, even though the world is opening back up. Um, the younger population remembers what happened, and they're not forgetting it, and they're very active in things. And that law here for transgenders and playing in sports, that's here in Texas, you know, and they're huge on that. They want to know about it. How did it get passed? What's going on? And they protest constantly, and it's just their awareness for it. I think when we have that shift in slowing down, it's still here. And so people are very much more activated and very much so more on fire. And I am excited about it.
And building off of that, Stephanie, I think one of the main ways that younger people can influence future elections is with that energy. And I know for myself, I didn't really have a strong understanding of how to be politically active, to organize and to engage with the political system until I was a little bit older, and specifically going through this master's program. And so I think there is a lot of energy that can be harnessed for political action, social change, whatever it may be, and that the young people in our communities can, with the right push and the right information, can be great allies for future elections. And I'm thinking specifically locally as well. I think a lot of power that the youth have is locally, is in the communities that they're a part of, because I think a lot of federal election power is in donations and is in money. And so I see the energy and power youth have as more applicable to local elections, but that energy can also be harnessed for campaigns and for all sorts of election work at any level. So I'm also really excited, Stephanie. I agree.
I just want to interject really quick. Whenever you're talking about local politics, we should also talk about how like gerrymandering has and will affect federal and state elections in the next decade. The power of local politics, you're right, could be a huge opportunity, especially whenever we're talking about younger voters. And it is exciting. You're right. And it might be a turn away from the bummer that gerrymandering causes. Well, maybe we can get excited about local elections. Anyway, I didn't mean to interrupt you all. Did anyone else have any thoughts? How are young people going to influence and impact future elections?
Well, just going off of what you were saying, Taylor, with gerrymandering, I think local politics is also not just local elections, but the different municipalities and communities that are redrawing their maps, the different states that are currently redrawing their maps, and looking locally to have people and the youth in communities push in that way as well and say, hey, this map doesn't actually represent our community, attending the listening sessions, providing feedback in that space. And so I think those are also issues that young energy can go towards.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I think what everything has, with everything that everyone else has already said, I totally agree with that. And I think something that I was like, bringing it back to social media, and I know it's a double-edged sword and can, has its caveats, but I think like, I love seeing our representatives interact with us on social media. Like, I think if that is your platform that you're using and you can engage with, for example, the first person that comes to mind is AOC, like having her just like be in the Capitol and like saying like, oh, I'll answer any of your questions. And I think that kind of, that engagement can really, at least for me, like spur kind of my curiosity and like can make it seem so much like, they really are working for us and that they really care about what we are interested in and think about. And so I think, along with what everyone else said, that is maybe a really positive thing that I'm seeing, just that engagement.
So, how can we as social workers and social work and the capital letter sense, like social work as a profession, how can we influence younger people as they influence future elections?
I mean, I don't want to go back to social media, but it is through social media. Like that is the technology. That is where you canvas. That is where you mobilize nowadays. That is where like people are influenced to go out and vote, like younger people at least. I mean, because of COVID, like everyone had to go to a virtual online community where it's like now like schools are online and like now we're transitioning back into the real world where it's like some wear masks, some don't wear masks, or things like that. But it's kind of like um how we're mobilizing with the youth is through the youth's technology. Like, where is the youth? The youth is on TikTok. Where is the youth on social media? But also like what issues influence the youth, like, and how we can get them into local politics is being able to mobilize them again once we're in person. But I think, kind of how Stephanie said, the world did stop when COVID happened and it was able to pause. And so um, I feel like you um, were able to reflect on who is making decisions for you. And, kind of like in social work, where we talk about, motivational interviewing skills or what's the best situation or output for the client. It's kind of like, what's the best output for my community, for myself? How are these politics influencing who I am, my space-based community, and all these other factors that influence our lives? Well, it's easy to mobilize online because online you don't have the restriction of, oh, you only live in my neighborhood. And you know so I feel like the online community is a really big strength and a plus that COVID has realized, that you can mobilize doing this virtual platform. And so, like, even when Columbia had the tuition strike, I was one of the lobbyists and one of the mobilizers where we would have scripts of phone banking, social media, Twitter storms, like, where it was just like a lot of people don't go to Columbia in person. Some of them are out of state or international students. So like we were able to mobilize our needs and our demands to the university from a global perspective. And we'd have global sessions where like it would be in the evening or in the morning for some people. So that's like one example where I can think about where it's like you can really mobilize online and virtually, even though people are tired of it. But it's a strength.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I think so when I'm thinking about how social workers can engage youth, I feel like there's like a three-tier front, or just like three major ways that us as social workers are uniquely kind of positioned. I think one of them is like, for example, what comes to mind is interacting and engaging with our field placements, especially for students, and kind of using, like what what I'm learning on my policy track to kind of see what resources like the Legal Aid Society could kind of offer to youth, for example. And I think that kind of brings it back to like working within the community and with the community, and hopefully like having an access to, the youth, quote unquote, but like real youth that you can like work with. And I think on another front, there's the policy where, for example, because I'm working in the federal government, I kind of have more of like, I definitely have more of an understanding of like how, even if I'm in the executive office, how Congress works with the executive office, for example, and how they move the budget and how programs are being both funded and how they're getting that funding, and then how it's being implemented by that funding in specific like regulations and laws. So that could be helpful, like using social media to kind of be like, transparent in how the government works. Like, yes, it's can be really hard and complex, but I think there's ways to break that down. And then I think as social workers, like something that I think that we uniquely have, the skill that we have is like creating and maintaining interpersonal relationships and having like the communication to work across like different populations, or just like at the Legal Aid Society, I wouldn't say negotiate, but like I was in conversation with like lawyers, with like youth and their families, and then with other social workers and with the Department of Education. Like it's so important to really like connect and make things personal, and to like, be with children and youth and like show them consistency, and that they do have both is exciting. They can do so much. They have a lot of knowledge. They have a lot of power to themselves, and like just being there to empower. And I feel like social work's a really good discipline for that.
I don't mean to make you recap if you don't remember it all, but I heard, what was your first one? Number 2, I heard translation. Number 3, I heard relationship. What's like a key word for the first point you made?
Kind of community, I think, and having
Community.
those relationships. That's relationships. So
Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Any other thoughts?
I love the relationship aspect of it. When I think of social work and what we can do new, the first thing I think is rebranding ourselves. Because as soon as you think of social work, when I tell people I'm a social worker, they think, one, how did you get here? Like, why are you here? And then 2, are you going to solve my problems? Are you going to take my kid? It's like you're either in clinical, and if you're not in clinical, you're either going to take my kid away because you work for Child Protective Services, or are you going to solve my problems? And you start to tell me things that are completely off the rocket, right? So I think that the major thing for me with social work when I'm in the field is just rebranding who I am, rebranding what I've learned, rebranding what I bring to the table. I'm not just here to solve your problems. I am truly here to work across the bridge, like you said, with relationships, work across the table. Let's think of a solution. And I can think of it from the whole aspect of assistance theory, right? But I'm here to work with you the same as everyone else. I'm here with the same agenda as everyone else. I want to impact change at everyone else, and I can have an opinion too, like everyone else, So I think that that's just such a major thing for me when I go out. Totally off the rocket, but I went to this place. I said, I want to find other social workers, and I found one at a Rockets game. And I said, they hired you on the Rockets team? Like, what do you do? So I think the major thing is just rebranding ourselves, letting people know that we're more than just here to, tell you everything's okay or take your kiddo. We're so much more than that. And we have so much more to offer. And I think the younger generation, we're coming and we're on fire and we're ready to change the aspect of what you think social work is.
Any other thoughts? I have like a million follow-up questions, but I want to make sure I don't cut anyone off.
I think just like social workers put the human in humanity again. Like we're compassionate, we're empathetic, we put the person first, not their situations. We use strength-based approach, motivational interviewing skills. Like we're trained to care about people, and it's a helping profession, which I think is often like not even considered in politics. Like ethics and politics have completely gone out of the window nowadays. So I think it's like just putting the humanity again, and even if you're on opposite sides or disagree with someone, like you treat them as a human being.
I want to take a moment to say hi to everyone in the chat. I want to call out the Johnson C. Smith University School of Social Work because I've seen like 3 or 4 comments from y'all. Hello and welcome to everyone else who has joined us. If you have any thoughts or comments of how you think social work and social workers can influence U.S. politics, particularly younger voters, please feel free to drop it in the chat. We'd love to hear your perspective. When all of you were talking, the phrase civic and political engagement kept coming to mind too. Can we break that down first? Because I know it's a big concept. So I want to unpack how social workers can be involved with civic and political engagement in terms of translating voting issues or policies to just the average person, but also in terms of like using our relationships or positions in communities to mobilize, to galvanize. So first, let's start. What does civic and political engagement mean to you? Can we break that down a bit? Anyone? Yeah.
I think there's a lot of different aspects to civic and political engagement, and one of the most important ones is just understanding how the process works, understanding, and not just what is voting, but understanding that there's a lot of different ways to be civically and politically engaged, whether that is attending different local meetings, like school board, like going to meetings of elected officials, county commissioners, school boards, city council, but also knowing that there is local politics that is not just on the elected level, knowing that a lot of different municipalities have all sorts of boards and commissions that take participant feedback and request public comment. And so I think knowing both that the systems exist and then how to navigate the systems are two of the biggest pieces around civic engagement.
Does anyone have anything they'd like to add to that?
Yeah, I think education of what it is. I think that a lot of when I go and I speak or I'm talking to anyone in the youth, they're really fired up. And then when you ask them the next step, like what do they want to do next, that's where it stops. I don't think it's from a lack of ambition. It's just a lack of knowledge on what to do. It's like I thought it's almost this notion like, well, I thought if we all gathered together, it would happen, right? It just would, kind of policy just drops here and it just happens, right? And so there is a huge thing for organizing and having numbers, but I think civic engagement, just knowing the process of it, knowing where your problem falls in line with which department. I find often sometimes people will come and speak about things that city council doesn't handle. And so, but how would they know? There's no one really putting things into layman's terms. So if you don't know and you're not in that arena, you really truly don't know. And so I think that's a huge part of civic engagement and like organizing and having someone there to break these things down so people will know when they do put their efforts into something that they're actually putting it in the right department. Because that if you have a organization come all together and they're all fired up, they want to see success. That's what keeps them coming back. So I get so I feel so hurt sometimes when the wrong organization will come and we have to say, very, very good, you got us here, you're a seat at the table, you're just a seat at the wrong table. And so now you have to start again and go to that table. And so I think that's a huge part of civic engagement, is like educating along the way, letting them see what things look like, letting them understand that it's a process. That's another thing. I've seen petitions with thousands of signatures and wait for 2 years and they don't understand that they're really, really close, because that process isn't being taught to know that it's like takes time. It takes time, especially incorporating the social media effect, 7 seconds, 30 seconds, 2 minutes, that's not policy, but you're really, really close and you're doing really good, right? So I just think it's that part, that education part, letting them know that they're actually going through the process, they're doing a good job, you're almost there, as opposed to them not immediately seeing the change.
And the word like civic education keeps coming up, and we talked about that earlier too, as like one of maybe our country or society's one of our larger issues in terms of polarization and voter engagement. And what an opportunity, right, for social workers, whether you're working as an educator in higher education, or whether you're a micro social worker, working with clients every day, or if you're working in public policy with these council people, like what an opportunity to just translate, to educate, and to make these like really abstract concepts that present so many barriers to people real and personal to people. Yeah. Good. Anyone else? Marissa?
Just to add on there, I think we also have to realize who has access to education. Typically, a lot of Black and Brown folks, low socioeconomic people, have high turnover of teachers who discipline them a lot, or who aren't as well skilled or have the basic knowledge of civic education or engagement or politics in general. So I think like we also have to view the history of the people, and like who, like what programs do they have access to, how can we engage students, but not only what are funded available resources out there for them. Just because I did do a research project with the Senate about civic education, like how do you get the voter turnout like higher for younger people, and a lot of it was basically just like, oh, we don't have the funds, and it was always a funding issue, when it's like this is a basic human right issue, and it's a right to vote, it's a right to get involved and to know what's going on in your community. Yet, you know, who are the people or the leaders to facilitate that? And I think that's where social work comes into play, where like Stephanie said, like they don't know the process. Like it's not just a rally or instant click or an instant click online, but it happens over time. And so I feel like you need facilitators to facilitate, okay, this is what we're going to do when we get involved. That's why we need organizers, we need educators, we need a whole community, we need a whole village when it comes to like student engagement, civic education, civic politics, and really break that down with what that is. Because I think like understanding who has access, who doesn't have access, this gatekeeping issue of like, oh, like if you have an issue, you go to this department, or oh, you sign this petition, this can lead to this, like those are gatekeeping issues that have historically been racialized by, majority white supremacists, male dominated, all the isms you want to think of, throw it in there, And so I think it's kind of like we have to understand that embedded in history, it was never created for people like us to enter in. So I think it's like to dismantle a system that has been oppressive since the time is the first step. And it's a huge macro thing to talk about. But I think it's like to acknowledge, like, okay, where are we coming from? What community are we trying to serve? And how can we get on their level is like a good first step.
Yeah, and I'll just add really quickly, everything on top of everything, I think for me, civic engagement does also, like it's already been said, but knowing, who you're writing to, like what your audience is. Like, I think if, for example, in the federal government, like knowing where to make a public comment, for example, like what the executive department do you need to reach out to? Like which agency in the executive department could be a better solution? Like if you're just sending to the entire administration on children and families, is it going to go anywhere? Would it be better if it like went to the child's bureau or like the sorry, now that's like losing or falling out of my brain. But then also with like the Department of Health and Human Services, like that's a huge organization, like where where would you best be advocating for there? Like, also for money, like a lot of these organizations get money that then go to states. Like, do they have like grants that you can apply to? But I also think like with Marissa, what she was saying, like looking at kind of the whole macro system of what we're working with and what we're working within and how to make that more accessible is super important. So yes, both. Also thinking about the small things, like in the immediate future, like how am I going to write to the secretary of this department, or how am I going to write to my representative? Who can I call to my representative? Or but like also thinking about how can we change the system so it's really for us these days.
Want to point out a comment. I think this is directed at you, Stephanie, and I'm so sorry. Caddy, I'm going to go with Katie, I'm so sorry if I mispronounced your name, had a comment, was asking for advice on how to, you were talking about rebranding social work. Any advice on how to do that, especially in context of our larger discussion here today?
Oh yeah, so what I do here in Houston, I'm organizing. I put together a social work in different arenas. We're trying to figure out how we're going to name this thing, right? And so, because I'm in an area where people don't think that I should be, I started reaching out with others in the community to see where they were at. Because of course, others, when we're in the field, social workers know social workers, but we often go off of different titles, right? So my title nowhere says social worker, right? So that's what we're trying to change. And so what I do for rebranding with the small group here in Houston is we're actually attaching that to our title. We're asking, and it's unfortunately, we have to ask for permission to add that to our title. You know, when you have a doctorate degree, or if you are a doctor, if you want to put PhD at the end, if you want to put other things, you can't always put social work at the end, you know, and unfortunately we have to get permission for that. But and what we were hired under usually doesn't fall in lines with, you know, social work. So that's what I'm trying to do here, is just show where we are. Show where we are. If we can add it to our signature page, if we can add it to things, we try to speak out in the community and let them know that there's different areas that you can go in. Our local DA here has a program where they do partner with social workers, but they don't hire us as social workers, you know. So we're just trying to more get the word out at local universities, in the community, to let them know that these degrees can fall underneath this title, even though it doesn't say social work, you know, and you can see, but you have the qualifications, you can apply. And what a future would look like for me would be to add our degree to that qualification, add our degree on there, you know, put our discipline, say that you're looking for degrees in, and add social work. So then we can at least gear ourselves towards that arena. Like I said, the Rockets, they're hiring social workers. They're looking for social workers, you know, but who would go there? So I think that that's the major thing that I'm doing here locally in Houston, and you know, on the local level, but hopefully it can be something that goes out, because we're everywhere and we can be used in so many different arenas. This is a side note. There's even a social worker for veterinarians, the dogs, the pets. They're looking for social workers. So, you know, just getting out there and letting them know that we're here.
Yeah. I hope that answered your question. And I work in, you know, public policy, and my friends who work in micro will often say, like, that's not social work. Like, what are you doing? I think like changing that narrative to, it's just like extremely important, that social work is more than, like you were talking about, Stephanie, um, just working in a micro. And to everyone, Stephanie had to step off for a second. She had a call from her commissioner, and she plans to join us as long as there's no emergency going on. So this is a question for the larger group from the chat also. Sarah was talking about we need, like, as a society, more younger folks in politics, running for office and creating policies. And I think this is also ties into this discussion of, expanding what social work means and what social work does, and ultimately how social work and workers can influence uh, younger folks in politics. So, my question for all of y'all: how do we get more younger folks involved with running for office?
So I was gonna ask or answer like kind of a different question, but I can circle back to that.
Please, whatever you would like.
I kind of want to say, first of all, like I definitely agree that younger people should definitely be in like politics and be running, and I especially advocate for that. But I wanted to say that like you can be policymakers right now. I think there's like this like misconception with like what policymaking means, and I think that's intentional. I think that is due to like a lack of education, but there are like, for example, you can have just like organize community-based organizations like who really want, you know, the like work-based requirements to be eliminated, for example, for like welfare recipients. And so to get that done is to show your representative in Congress that like this is important to you, or for example, to go to the Department of Labor and advocate and like send like the secretary like this is why like we work with people who are not receiving benefits that they deserve because of this requirement, for example. And you can kind of do that work and make policy in that way. And I definitely think like being in politics is super important, but also not the only way that you can get involved. So I just wanted to, and I think as social workers, that is probably like, not probably, that is exactly what I think civic engagement and political engagement can look like is kind of, you know, listening and being like, okay, I know these systems. How can I take what I'm hearing and help them learn about the systems that they want to utilize or that they could utilize? And there's not one way to do it either. So I think that's important too, is like no expert, but I at least know one way. And then if we find like 5 different other ways, that's amazing.
I think what you were saying, Debney, also really applies to how to get more people directly into political and elected positions. I think our knowledge of the systems as macro social workers, as political social workers, is the way that we can get more young people into different elected offices and similar positions. I remember reading research that said that one of the best ways to get someone involved in politics is to invite them into politics. And so I think as people with knowledge and some positional power, we can invite more young people to engage in political systems, whether it is in a less official policymaking arena or if it is as elected officials. And I think demystifying how the process works, how the system works, and helping just explain the steps to a campaign, to an election, and being a supporter for younger people as they go through that process is one of the best ways to get more young people into positions of power, into elected positions.
Yeah, I agree with you about, and I even think of just like the Bernie Sanders campaign, like Feel the Burn, like way in like was that 2016, and just like getting random people engaged and how that movement has inspired people like AOC to get in Congress and other people. I mean, right now we have the most diverse cabinet makeup of any people in politics right now. So it's like I think just simply like inviting people or like making sure like the common person knows that they have this power, that you have this fruition that you can explore and you can like really like get involved. And I think like just making sound like politics or even proposing policy, it's just people telling their story. And it's like, what is your truth? What is your story? And then what is the research and data that backs that up to like make that to combine those two, like storytelling, but also like the ethics of that. Like you know, I think of environmental justice issues when it talks about how there's like pipe lead in the water systems at schools, where it's like this is a lived experience. We don't have fresh water, we have polluted water. Or even like Native Americans who live on reservations like have like a lot of toxic waste and a lot of issues that are causing cancer in a lot of the areas because of the location, because of pollution, because of, global warming. And it's like, these are the lived experiences of Indigenous folks. This is like the data and research that can back that up. So what are the policies doing to change that? I think like that's a simple way that I think of it when I think of policy making, is what is your story? What is your lived experience? And what is the collective experience in a community that has the data and backup and science to say, look, this is what we're championing right now. And mind you, the local officials are there to serve you. Like, that is their job, is to talk to the constituents. So you have that power and that agency. Be like, look, we have elected you in this office to make benefits and policies that benefit us. So this is what we are demanding, and we want a response, whether you're for or against this policy of environmental justice on Indigenous lands or XYZ, So I think it's like, don't forget that they're only there because they were voted in, and they can easily be voted out. And you could easily be swapped in as well. Like, they're just humans.
Sorry, can I add something too?
Of course.
Okay, I think something that also came to mind was when you're thinking about being in politics, and like if you want to be a representative, for example, I think like they definitely have a lot of influence and power and can move a lot of things or not move. But I also think if you're looking at different political kind of positions that you want to take that have power or have maybe influence that you'd like to have, like become an expert. I think if you have a real big interest in something and kind of can show like a track record, like, and I think this kind of is something that I've been thinking about in my own life. Like, I feel like in social work, it can be so broad. Like, I just want to help everyone, or like, if I can just give everyone the needs that they, deserve. But it is just such a huge task to take on. And so if you can kind of find that passion or like have that niche, you can maybe bring it, like, for example, like you could become a secretary of a department where you have like a lot of different influence. I think I could share with that.
And what an opportunity, like, for all of us, but also for our audience who might be policymakers, be in some policymaking position at some department or administration, who might be a social work educator. What an opportunity to reach out to the young people, or your students, and say, hey, you could do this, or hey, maybe you should think about voting, or hey, here's an issue that you might want to become an expert on because it affects a lot of people. Thank you all for sharing that. And want to remind everyone that we are nearing the end of this panel. So if you have any comments, questions, whatever, please put them in the chat so we don't miss them. But I want to turn towards young social workers in particular, not just social work at large. What are some opportunities that young social workers have to get involved with or impact U.S. politics? And how have you done it in your own practice?
So I'm going to keep on focusing locally, and I think one way for young social workers to get involved in U.S. politics is by seeing what organizations are in their local area, whether it is Democratic or Republican Party organizations, whether it is a policy and politics related community group, or even getting involved in local campaigns and using their social work skills to both practice and learn, but also to benefit those organizations. And I use that as an example because that's what I am trying to do in my own career. I am involved in 2 local county boards. I am working with a city council candidate on their campaign. And so that is where I feel comfortable, and that's my area of expertise. And I know for myself, trying to, I think as you were saying, Devaney, trying to do everything for everyone all at once, which in my mind, in this context, would be trying to make huge federal change is really daunting. And I'm not really sure how I would go about that. So I'm focusing on the space where I do feel comfortable, the space where I do have expertise, and the space where I have community and relationships that I can rely on to make my impact even greater. And so I think that's something that every young social worker can do. And and I hope to use this experience myself as something I can build on and grow from to have an even larger impact later in my life, in future work, and later in my career.
How students can get involved. Honestly, networking is huge. Networking is something that I have developed as a skill and have found that opportunities arise from. So I know like a lot of us have been attending school online or maybe half the time, but network with your peers, with your colleagues, like with the students in the room with you, your professors. There's fellowships out there for social workers, especially like fellowships who want to get involved in Congress. Like there's ethnic based, there's socioeconomic based fellowships, there's poverty based fellowships, there's think tanks, there's a lot of different ways that you can network with people and organizations to get involved. So I think like Neva's point, like at a local level, like there's ways you get involved in politics slowly, but I think just even networking with other social workers, other politicians around you, and even if it's just like calling your local senator, kind of like what Sarah's point is in the chat here, representatives, telling what issues are important and relevant to you, how you can get involved in those issues, see who is for and against different policies or different bills that are being passed right now. I know, for example, there's a comprehensive sex ed bill in the local that's on the House, I think, right now, that like teaches about like consent, about domestic violence, about different things, not just penetration. Sorry to go all there, but there's different ways to get involved, and they've been lobbying this for over 10 plus years now and still being stalled. So it's just like that's one example where it's like the motivation has to keep coming from the people in order for legislation to get passed. So I think the one is to start networking and share your stories among each other, where it's like, look, like tuition is so high, like how can we lower it? Or look, like this is a lived experience that I'm experiencing right now. Who else can relate? And find them in your corner and then organize from there. I think especially grassroots organizing is such a strong thing that, a lot of people like yourselves have a lot of power and agency. And, you'd be surprised at just the strong ties and the weak ties that people have when networking. So I think just networking and tapping into your resources that you have locally is a good start.
Yeah, I 100% agree with it. I think I was just going to say exactly that. Like, don't be afraid to like move. And I mean, not like move houses, but like to go out and maybe go to a demonstration that you believe in, or to like go to your senator's office if you can make that, or like being physically present in kind of these spaces and knowing that people are doing the work, will continue to do the work, and like are planning to do more work kind of thing. And like knowing, and I think it's inspiring to see how many people like you just may not have heard of who are doing this kind of work every day. So I think going along with what's been said, getting out there and like, for example, when I was in college, I was like, oh, I have too much schoolwork to like go. And this is probably a biggest regret to like, I didn't go to the Women's March when I was in undergrad. And I think that's one of the biggest regrets I have, because it's like that is such a monumental event that happened in my life, and I let school kind of like hold me back. So I think just don't be afraid to like go out if you can and do that and be around that kind of energy.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing. And as we wrap up, I want to look toward the future and the potential for young people, young social workers to have a positive, optimistic impact on like our country and the world. Like right now, there are um, so many crazy things going on in our country and our world, and we see new things happen like every day in the news headlines, and it's very easy to get uh, pessimistic about the future of U.S. politics and just global affairs, and um, to be pessimistic about the potential of dismantling oppressive systems and policies that affect oppressed communities in our country and around the world. And I know there's a lot of discussion around polarization and that being a threat and a roadblock to um, this democracy and progress, right? And you may have experienced this in your own lives at whenever you go home and you try to talk to an uncle or a grandparent, someone of a different generation, and you might have found it difficult to talk about just current events and politics. So, how do you see young people? What are the opportunities for young people to practice all these skills that we've talked about, to practice civic education, civic engagement, translation, relationship, community, all of these things with um, people of different generations to have a positive impact on society and polarization? It's a big question. I'm sorry.
Wow, Taylor, thanks. Yeah. The first thing coming to mind for me is one of our core social work values of the dignity and worth of the individual, and more specifically, acknowledging that every individual has a reason and rationale for their opinions and perspectives. And so being empathetic and patient with others, and I know that's a skill that I learned after my youth. And so I think that is one really important thing for young social workers, young organizers, is just knowing that you need to look beyond your perspective to be able to connect with other people, even if it's other people that mostly agree with you, like understanding the nuance in the organization, in the argument, in the policy, in the debate, whatever the issue is. There's a lot of different ways to approach it, and a lot of people are approaching it from different avenues. So not getting discouraged when people disagree with you, but acknowledging that not everyone is going to agree, and just because someone doesn't agree doesn't mean that they're a lost cause or that they can't be a part of this movement. And I think using that perspective will build a much larger coalition, and will build a much larger community around an issue. And I just, again, really not getting discouraged, because the harder it is to tackle these issues, the more important they likely are, because we have so many differing views and opinions around what the best solution is. So that's not really a concrete answer, like, here, if we do these 5 things, then here's how we solve large scale issues. But continuing to do the work even when it's hard, and continuing to be empathetic even when other people are not being empathetic.
Excellent. Wonderful.
Yeah, I think also, oh, sorry, Devaney, you want to go first? Okay. I think also how you frame a topic can really shape the conversation. So, for instance, like, I have relatives in my family that think polar opposites of me, and we usually get into political debates a lot, but we always try to frame the topic or the discussion from different avenues and different point of views to try to find some common ground. So I think just like in the way that you shape a topic. So, for instance, we're talking about abortion. Like, we can agree that pro-choice is still a choice, or still a woman's issue. Or talking about how, I don't know, like, environmental justice issues is a native issue, but also it's a collective issue because we all live on Earth. So I think it's just like the way you frame a topic and discussion really can shape the way it plays down. But I think also just treating every person with humanity and respect, and even though you disagree with them, still holding integrity and having just the honor shared to have the discussion in the first place. Because right now, cancel culture is very toxic, where it's like, oh, if you're not for us, you're against us, cancel or click away. And that can create biases on what information we share and information bias and things like that. And just surrounding us with like-minded people is going to further polarize us. So I think it's like trying to get in those discussions in the room where it happened, going Hamilton, to have those discussions that are hard but needed.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I was thinking, oh, yeah, so, sorry, I lost my train of thought, but kind of having a balance between the urgency and patience, because, for example, it may look a little different on the local level, but for the federal government specifically, that will take a lot of time, whatever you're trying to do, I think. And I guess I'm specifically talking about like maybe policy or program implementation, but like even when you're talking to people and reframing the way that you talk to them, or reframing the way that the like issue is presented to them, or like I think with what Nevo had said, which sorry, I kind of forget what you said now, but just appealing to their point of view and understanding that they have as much of like a valid point as you do. That can take time too. Like that's not just gonna change with one conversation, or might not change at all. And I think being persistent, but not like you just like remembering to like, if you believe something and you want to change it, like don't let up, I think. And I was going to say specifically for the federal government, like in my line of work, if you can't really show a track record of being like, oh, I've proposed this change like over the past 10 years, it has a little less value than something that's being like, yeah, less value than something that has been in circulation for a long time, which unfortunately is kind of could be disheartening. But I think also like right now, that's how the system is moving, if that is any consolation.
Thank you, everyone. Do you have any concluding thoughts to share as we wrap up? It's okay if you don't.
I don't know. I think since Stephanie's not here, but this is basically like social work is a discipline that can really work in any sphere, as like she was saying. And so I think really thinking about the core values of interpersonal relationship building and communication skills and negotiation can go a long way.
For sure. All right. I want to thank our panelists. Thank you so much. You've spoken for an hour and a half. I imagine you're tired. Go take a nap. Thank you for all who joined us. Thank you for everyone in the audience, wherever you're calling in from. Thank you for joining us. This presentation is being recorded and will can be accessed later if you would like to share it, or if you want to share it with your class or with a colleague or whoever. I will say in closing that we as a panel are hopeful, optimistic for the potential and power of young people and young social workers in particular to influence and impact our political system, to participate in the political arena, and to create long-lasting, impactful change. And all of us are a part of that. So thank you for being here. All right. I don't know how to wrap this up. Do I leave? That's it. Thank you.
Angelique.
Hey, Charles, how are you?
Oh, going okay. We had a glitch this morning.
What happened?
Well, we were supposed to have the same broadcast going on through the whole day.
Mm-hmm.
My brother inadvertently shut it down.
Uh-oh.
That's why you got this second link.
Okay.
But it was like right before the students began.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to send out notices to everybody that there was a new link.
So did the students catch it in time, or did you miss, or did the first session not recorded?
I think, no, it was recorded. That session was recorded in total, but people couldn't get on until they got the new link. But they got 30 people to show up, which wasn't bad.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people who didn't bother to recheck back in after the glitch happened.
I know. I figured no, and so maybe it'll probably cut down on the number of people who will attend our session too. But the one good thing is it will be recorded, and then people can see it if they want to. But that session was really good. The kids, it was awesome.
That's good. Well, I have to say the students kept changing my presentation time on me all the way through last night. And so I had a freak out because one of your students told me I was speaking at 7 o'clock this morning. Another one told me I was speaking at 10 o'clock this morning. And then finally I was like, you told me to hold 1 o'clock on my calendar. That's what I held. And I already have other meetings going on. And I don't really want to wake up at 6 in the morning to do a talk.
Right.
I was like, what the hell?
No. Once I scheduled those meetings, they can't change them.
Yeah, I was like freaking out yesterday.
Man, see, that's the thing. After this is over, we're gonna have a debriefing with all of the organizers, and we're gonna, talk about that stuff like that, because see, what I'm learning, right, is you can't do this. You can't start from scratch every year like I have been doing every year before. So like Taylor Brown, who he was on the leadership team last year, and so he's going to be the lead organizer next year.
Okay.
And so he did the panel at 1. So I want to get those. I want to have people to lead after they've had a couple of years of experience doing this, being a part of this.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah. Because Kenneth is, he's a really great guy, smart, but he's trying to do things from scratch, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right. And I think the other thing was I had signed up to do an evening session last week. And I didn't find out until like the same day. I had signed up to do an evening session last week, and I didn't find out until like the same day.
What's that echo?
I have no idea. And I didn't find out until like.
So it's coming from Jason. Because whenever I just muted him. Coming from Jason.
Where is everybody? I hear you talking.
All right, we need to get this fixed quickly. Vincent, are you back there? We need to get this fixed quickly. Let me see if I can get him. Vincent, are you back there? We need to get this fixed quickly.
Hello?
I hear you, Jason.
I hear people.
Don't hang up.
Hey, Charles,
Yeah,
go
we
ahead
got.
and talk. Go ahead and
Yes,
talk.
I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Okay, you're good. Angelique, you're good.
Okay.
Go ahead and talk. Go ahead and talk. Okay, so Jason, is this something that you're playing?
I'm sorry.
Now you sound better.
I had my volume on.
Okay, that
I
sounds
just
clear
muted
enough.
it.
Yeah, leave it muted.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
hear you. You can hear
you
us,
sound a
right?
lot better. Can you hear us?
I can hear Charles and whomever else is talking.
Okay,
Mhm.
good.
Vincent, yeah, and
Hi, Vincent.
Angelique.
Yeah, I'm here still. This is
Okay. All
Angelique.
right.
And this is Stephen. I can hear people, but I don't see anyone other than me.
We gotta add you to the stream. Can you see? You should be able to see us now. Right?
I can only see myself too.
Yeah.
So
Vincent, can
Likewise,
you put us
yeah.
in? Could you put us in the thing?
Yeah, okay, just so you know, it is broadcasting
It
still.
is live. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's live. So be careful what you say. All right. Be nice. Everybody be nice. Hey, okay, so we're almost ready to go, and Justin is here.
All right, I'm in. How's it going, everybody?
good. Good afternoon to y'all.
So how's everybody?
Good.
Well, actually, Tanya's gonna come on, but she joined us actually in the morning. Did you see it?
I saw part of it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, good. And where are you, Stephen? You're in New Hampshire.
I am in New Hampshire.
Okay.
It is
You're-
snowing.
I was just going to say you're getting snow too. Yeah, it's snowing at my house. I'm only going to get like
Wow.
3 inches. So
Wow.
It seems wildly inappropriate, but no one asks me about these things. So
It's Tanya.
Stephen, nice to finally meet you. I've been looking forward to it since I got to do the thing with your book.
likewise, thank you. I very much appreciate the way in which it is prominently displayed behind you. Well, look at that.
yeah, we're using it in our policy class.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's good to hear. Oh, I couldn't be more pleased. Jason, first of all, it's lovely to see you. It's been 1,000
I
years.
know it's been 1,000 years.
But also to you or anyone else, feel free to shoot me an email if you would like me to pop into your class at any point remotely. I am more than happy to do that.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
All right, Charles. So what's the plan here?
We're live,
All right.
just so you know.
So we're live, and if anybody comes on, they'll hear us. But
Yeah. Okay.
but
We're gonna show the video again, right?
huh?
You're gonna show the video again, right?
Yeah. So
Yep.
I'm gonna open up. Actually, Angelique and I are gonna open up. Okay, and we're going to talk about the Social Work Democracy Project. We're going to show a video of Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia giving us a happy Social Work Month. And then we'll talk a little bit about what we're planning to do for the day, for the session, which will be, we're going to recognize some social workers who have done some, good work in the last year. Oh yes, Suzanne.
Hi.
Including
Hi, Suzanne.
Suzanne.
Hi.
And we're not going to, we usually give out an award, but we're not going to be doing that this year. We're just going to recognize some folk. There's a dozen social workers, including 3 Congress people and 9 others. And so we're going to just tell the audience who they are and what they've done. And then we're going to, then it's Justin's show after that. So I can just turn it over. We could just turn it over to you, and then you can play the video. How's that?
How am I gonna play the video?
Well, you're gonna just like you asked for it. Just say, Vince is in the back listening to.
Oh, that's right. Vince is invisible, but there is making everything work.
Yeah.
Hey, Vince.
So whenever you want the video, you can cue it up. If you give him a couple of words that you're going to say. So, because I'm saying this, we're going to do that recognition piece, and then we're going to turn it over to you for the panel discussion. And so you can show the video, or I can show the video and then turn it over to you, whatever you want.
Yeah, you have them show the video, because then it's going to be I introduce myself, and the video starts with me immediately introducing myself again. I'm going to be a little weird.
That's true. So we'll show the video as we're exiting. All right.
Right, and then the video closes with me too, and then it just turns right back to me, and then I moderate the panel. It works. It flows
I think that works. I like that idea.
All right. Did you write that down, Vincent? All right.
Yes, okay, I got that. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with you and Angelique. You're going to pitch it to the video, play the video, and then the video is going to just pitch it to...
yeah. So, but at some point, I'm going to probably do pretty much the same opening that I did this morning in terms of saying what we are, what we're doing, and then I'm trying to think if I should just do that in the beginning and then bring Angelique in, because otherwise you'll be sitting there looking at me.
That is true. That is super true, Charles.
And that's no fun. All right, so I'll do the same opening that I did this morning. Okay, and basically it was just to welcome everybody and talk, and then bring on. I said Happy Social Work Month, Happy Women's History Month. Talk a little bit about Ukraine and did a moment of silence. Talk about democracy. Bring on Sylvia Garcia, and then do the video and bring on Angelique, and we'll recognize these social workers, and then it's on to you. Yeah, we'll do the video and then recognize social workers. This way there'll be a gap between you and the video there, Justin.
Okay.
Sounds good, Charles.
All right. So T-minus 6 minutes. So everybody relax.
Okay, just so you guys know, what's going to happen is I'm going to take you out of the stream, because if you're in there, then you're going to be on screen. And then I'll bring you on Justin first. And then as you introduce a person, I'll bring them on.
Oh, but Charles told me not to introduce people. So they're just going to all appear, and then I'm going to let them each start by talking about what they see the future of political social work looking like, and they can say a few words about themselves.
Well, the thing about it is if they're added to the stream, then they're just going to appear in the show as soon as you come on. That's the thing.
Okay.
So
that's fine, but that's okay.
Yeah. It sounds like
if
that.
Everybody comes on at the same time. That's okay. I'm going to be on by myself, right, at the beginning.
Right.
And then I'm going to bring on Angelique. All right. And then when we're done, you can bring everybody else on, and I'll stay on, but Angelique will go.
Right.
Okay.
With love, Angelique, you will go.
I'm feeling it. I'm going with love.
Okay, so you're squared, Suzanne. Do you know Stephen? Okay, because you two guys are.
We don't somehow, which feels wildly inappropriate. Also, right? It's a pleasure.
Because you wrote a book. You wrote a book. Yeah, you should know. You guys should know each other.
The two people who wrote the textbook on our political social profession.
I mean, how does that happen? How have we not run across each other?
I don't know. It's nice
You're
to
in
meet
Texas, I'm in New Hampshire. I don't know. We're going to blame it on geography.
Justin, can I ask you a question? How are you? What order are you going, so we just know when to expect to be on the?
That's a good point. I guess I'll turn it to Charles.
Well, Vincent, does it matter when they go off? Right, you bring them on, in the order that they need to be on. Right.
Right. So basically, which is why I was saying, Justin, when you say, if you
I'll
would
call
say,
people by their name and then
yeah,
then pull
this
them
way
in. Maybe that makes more sense. I understand.
I don't know who's going to be speaking.
So can you tell us what order that's going to be?
How about we do Charles, Angelique, Jason, Tanya, Suzanne, Stephen.
Tanya, Suzanne, Stephen.
Batting cleanup, is that the appropriate sports metaphor? It's hockey, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't watch hockey.
Oh, it's so comforting to be in a room with people with even less sports knowledge than me. That's somehow super comforting.
Justin.
Yes.
You should put Stephen's book behind your other ear.
It's right next to the other book. How visible am I right now? Am I only?
We can see you, and we can see
Color of Law.
Oh,
we see.
Okay.
There you go.
All
now
right,
you can see both books instead of
So,
just the one.
But I don't know. No, but when it closes down, you can't see.
Then you can't see it. You know what?
You should move it over to the Color of Law.
Just put it.
Color of Law is going over here.
Yeah.
This is where I had it originally, but my class said they couldn't see it as well this morning. So.
Okay. But
yeah,
it's a little better, right? There you go.
Good. You're gonna get a lot of advertising now, Stephen. Suzanne and Shannon know I'm pushing the book all the time.
Okay, we're 2 minutes out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying that it legitimizes the field, man. Political social work is now a real thing. You got to have that textbook.
It's a good group.
Although I didn't get a good feeling this morning, Tanya, about political social work becoming a field of practice.
Well, I think it should be.
I think it should be.
It's alive and well in Connecticut.
But I don't know. Did you get a chance to hear the students at one? I know there was a glitch there, but they were phenomenal. And compare our when I think about, we were so cliched in so many ways. And I understand that if we were on, you're on social media, and so you got to be really cautious and not say anything too radical or controversial. And so, yeah, it was really a little, and I'm wondering, can we do political social work in academia?
Okay, it's 11:59, guys.
I was going to say, I think we have a few institutions represented here who do political social work in academia, and we could talk about each of us could tell that story.
Okay, let me know when you're all right. So I'm ready. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining us for our annual Social Work Day on the Hill. Usually this is our awards reception, and it takes place in the House of Representatives, but the House still remains closed to the public, so we're bringing this virtually. I am Charles E. Lewis Jr., Director of the Congressional Research Institute for Social Work and Policy. We had hoped to be meeting in person this year, but because the Hill is closed and we're slowly getting a handle on the COVID pandemic, we are going to be virtual, and hopefully we'll meet in person next year. Happy Social Work Month to all our social workers out there. We want to thank you for your service, and if you're near a social worker, hug a social worker. It is also Women's History Month, and we recognize the need for everyone to tell their stories from their perspective and not let others interpret their lives and experiences. How many know that the first woman elected to Congress was a social worker. Okay, and if you didn't know, her name was Jeanette Rankin, and she was elected to the House of Representatives from Montana in 1916, 4 years before the 19th Amendment gave women the right to vote. We also want to recognize the tremendous suffering occurring in Ukraine. You know, I've been listening to their stories and listening to their voices, and the trauma has been heart-wrenching. So our condolences and prayers go out to the millions of people who have been displaced and traumatized. Please join me for a moment of silence. Thank you. So this afternoon, we're going to recognize a few social workers who have done some significant things during the past year. Normally, we would have a awards ceremony and present awards to these individuals, but we decided to forego that this year, and we're just going to recognize a few social workers. But before we get started, we would like to share a greeting from one of our congressional social workers, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, who represents the 29th Congressional District in Texas. She is the first Latina to represent a district in Texas in the United States Congress. You may remember her as one of 7 managers for the impeachment of former President Donald Trump. So let's hear from the Congresswoman.
Happy Social Work Month, everyone. It's no secret social work is essential to healthy communities. That's why it's so important that we as elected officials hear from social workers often. Social workers directly impact communities and neighborhoods on an everyday basis. It's a noble profession that benefits Americans across the country. I know I too was a social worker and legal aid lawyer early in my career. Many of my fondest professional memories come from my days as a social worker. That's why I'm so happy to hear about your virtual social work day on the Hill. The insights and ideas of social workers like yourself are critical to improving the lives of Americans across the nation. Your service truly makes a difference. Thanks for your contributions and your work, and happy Social Work Day on the Hill, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Congresswoman. And so now I'd like to bring a colleague on the screen with me, Dr. Angelique Day. How you doing, Dr. Day?
Good. Nice to be with you today, Charles.
Yeah, I thought you would help me recognize some of these social workers that we're going to be recognizing. You know, we officially launched the Social Work Democracy Project this morning, so that was exciting. Angelique has been working with me. Wow, it's been over a year at least, right? And we've been meeting like every week, trying to conceptualize and bring this to fruition. So today is it's a really special day. And Angelique, why don't you tell them a little bit about yourself? I'll tell you, she's a brilliant young academic. She associate professor at the University of Washington School of Social Work in Seattle. And she's done some amazing things in the field of child welfare, having been herself in that system. And now is one of the leading researchers, advocates, you know, for children and family in that system. So tell us about some of the things you're doing right now, Angelique.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Charles. First, it's an honor to officially and formally partnership with CRISP as their new legislative director. So I'm super excited to have that formal connection with Dr. Lewis. So super excited. And we kicked off just 9 days ago our first official briefing under the Democracy Project, looking specifically at raising awareness about kinship care. And so we have been working very closely with some of the more recognized lived experience advocacy organizations, including the National Foster Youth Institute and the Congressional Foster Youth Caucus, to raise awareness about some of the issues and challenges in child welfare and what we could do to move and improve the lives of child and families who are involved in America's child welfare system. So a plug, tomorrow I will be giving a presentation tomorrow afternoon to the social work students to help them understand more the current child welfare agenda that's being championed by advocates across the country and in partnership with one of our biggest names in Congress, Congresswoman Karen Bass, who is one of our awardees today. I am excited to tell you more about her accolades and how she's been partnering with us on these efforts in just a moment.
You know, I almost forgot, but I want to show you, our audience a video we put together about the Social Work Democracy Project.
Greetings. My name is Justin Hodge. I'm a faculty member at the University of Michigan School of Social Work, and I represent the 5th District on the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners. During the past several years, we have witnessed how fragile our democracy is. After numerous attempts to weaken democratic institutions, efforts to suppress voting, and to invalidate a legitimate presidential election, we find ourselves literally on the doorsteps of becoming an authoritarian state. The publication of Nancy McLean's award-winning book, Democracy in Chains, was a call to action for social workers, as the Duke University historian meticulously presented the story about how libertarians were aiming to change the rules of the game. It was because of this, CRISP raised the question during the 2018 Social Work Day on the Hill event, Can Social Work Help Save Democracy? An ongoing discussion among social work scholars, educators, and practitioners resulted in the decision to move forward with the Social Work Democracy Project, which we are officially launching today. The Social Work Democracy Project is a charitable organization dedicated to educating social workers about United States government institutions and processes by creating and disseminating materials to the schools of social work, social organizations, and individuals. The project will provide toolkits for classroom instruction and will host public forums to discuss issues related to democratic process in the United States. The organization will promote the values of civic participation according to the Code of Ethics of the National Association of Social Workers. We have asked members of the board of directors to tell you why they believe this project is a critical endeavor for the field of social work. Please enjoy.
Democracy in the U.S. is in crisis like it's never been before.
When the current efforts to undo voting rights took place, it broke my heart and brought me to tears.
American democracy has become pretty fragile.
When Donald Trump became president in 2016, I prepared myself for the worst.
A shrinking minority of the U.S. population is trying to stay in power by changing the rules, by subverting the democratic process, and trying to nullify the voices of a new, diverse, multiracial, and younger majority.
It is the responsibility of social workers to engage in policy processes in order to further social justice.
We need social workers to be more civically engaged at all levels of government.
We need to recognize that democracy is in deep trouble, figure out what to do about the attack on democracy and our democratic institutions, and then mobilize ourselves and others.
Social workers could elect to personally hold an elected office or engage in policy practice. From the perspective of social work education, we know that only 17% of current social work students report having a strong interest in social policy formation, management, and community organizing.
One of the biggest challenges for social workers is how busy they are working on all of the other challenges that our clients, the individual clients, families, and communities are facing. Challenges like violence, discrimination, poverty, extreme inequality, substance use, homelessness, and mental health crises. social workers need to run for office.
We want social workers to know and to understand what is at stake.
Social workers are master connectors. We are naturally positioned to lead and mediate public discourse.
And the slipping away of democracy is because people that we care about, their voices are not being heard. And so that's where social workers need to step up. And if it's not us, who? And if not now, when?
I hope that you're as excited as we are for the Social Work Democracy Project. We look forward to engaging with you over time as the project grows. We'll see you soon.
Okay, so now let's recognize a few social workers. I think we have this queued up. We're gonna begin with the chair of the Congressional Social Work Caucus, Congresswoman Barbara Lee. Barbara Lee is the Congresswoman representing Oakland and surrounding areas in the 13th District of California. She got an MSW from Berkeley, and she was the chief of staff for former Congressman Ron Dellums, and went on to become a congresswoman herself. She was a psychiatric social worker by trade, and now is one of the leaders in the House of Representatives. In fact, the only woman of color in a leadership role. There's so much we could talk to you about Congresswoman Barbara Lee, but she has been a champion for social work in the U.S. Congress, and we'd like to recognize her leadership and her support.
It's an honor and a privilege for me to be able to recognize Congresswoman Karen Bass. I fully admit I'm #1 fangirl of the Congresswoman. She has been the champion of all champions for child welfare system reform, and has been leading the effort to raise awareness about the need to reform child welfare system to make it more equitable, particularly for our families of color. She has been working on a package of race equity child welfare bills that have been introduced, and a couple others that are on their way out. She founded the Congressional Foster Youth Caucus, which is the largest caucus in the House, and has done a really amazing job inspiring both her Democratic and Republican colleagues to be champions for child welfare reform, particularly foster care reform, looking at issues specific to kinship care and youth aging out of foster care. So I can't say enough about Congresswoman Karen Bass. I know we're going to miss her as she transitions from Congress to a mayoral seat in LA. LA is super blessed.
And don't forget that she got her MSW after she got elected to Congress. And so our next honoree is Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, who we heard from a few minutes ago. She's the first Latina to be elected to Congress from the state of Texas. She also has a JD, which I think led to her being named one of the 7 impeachment managers. We're just proud to have her as a social worker in Congress. We had many more, but we need to get busy trying to get more elected.
And I have the pleasure of recognizing Sarah Butts. Sarah Butts is no stranger to the social work profession. Sarah has been spearheading and leading the government affairs initiative of our flagship organization, the National Association of Social Workers. And Sarah does not only that, but also brings together our other social work organizations, including the Council on Social Work Education, the Society for Social Work Research, and many others to really align social work voices in the public policy debate. Sarah is a consistent leader and champion in meeting with members of Congress and their staff members to raise awareness about the needs to improve a plethora of topics in our social work field, and has been a steadfast champion, particularly related to improving pay equity for social workers across the country.
And this is Dr. Michael Lindsay. I remember when I started teaching at Howard University back in 2002, I believe he was still working on his PhD at the University of Pittsburgh. And then he would go on and join the faculty of at the University of Maryland. And I kept hearing so much about Michael Lindsay because he had graduated from Howard with his MSW, and everybody was saying this guy is really going to be somebody. I didn't get to know him until after he got his PhD, was on the faculty of University of Maryland, but I immediately knew that he was going to make his mark. And he moved from Maryland to NYU and took over the Max Silver Institute for Research, Poverty Research and Policy. And they're doing so many amazing things in the city of New York and the state of New York. And most recently, he was appointed as the new dean of New York University's Silver School of Social Work.
Well, as we are trying to raise awareness and inspire many of you to look to elected positions, definitely want to honor and recognize one of our champions who has been changing the lives of vulnerable populations through her work as an elected official, in fact, Lieutenant Governor in New York, New Jersey. So it's an honor and a privilege to be able to talk about Sheila Oliver today. She, prior to being elected as Lieutenant Governor, she also served in other elected positions, including Commissioner of the Department of Community Affairs. She is a graduate of Columbia University School of Social Work and holds the title of being only the second African-American woman to serve as Speaker of a state legislature behind the one and only Congressman Karen Bass. So we are just so proud and thrilled to be able to recognize and honor Sheila Oliver, and hope that she will serve as an inspiration for all of you as you consider a career in political social work.
Our next person to recognize is Gary Parker, who is the Associate Dean for External Affairs and the Director of the Clark Fox Policy Institute at the Brown School at Washington University in St. Louis. That's always been a long name. But Gary is a wonderful human being, for one thing, and a very inspirational leader. I remember when he attended our first political boot camp, he really had us inspired with his speech. So we're happy to see Gary continue his great work at the Clark Fox Institute, and it does a lot of racial equity work in the city of St. Louis, where it is sorely needed.
It's my honor and privilege to introduce you to and talk about Dr. Tina Maschke and her contributions in terms of raising awareness and her commitment to social justice. Dr. Maschke is on the faculty at Fordham University in New York City, and working in academia is a place where there is ample room, to really be an advocate and raise voice to support vulnerable populations in your community. And Dr. Maschke certainly is has been a steadfast advocate in terms of using her research to move public policy change. She has more than 15 years of clinical social work experience and research experience investigating issues involving juvenile justice, criminal justice, and also research in community mental health settings. So she actually recently published a book, Aging Behind Prison Walls, Studies in Trauma and Resilience. And that particular book has really raised a lot of awareness among our invisible populations, specifically those who are incarcerated, and has really been using data to really tell the story, create awareness, and move meaningful change, policy change in this area. So we're extremely elated for the contributions that Dr. Matzke has contributed to the field and look forward to future contributions.
Our next person to recognize is Carol C. Phelps, who is the senior instructor and field coordinator at the University of Alabama, where she oversees the Washington, D.C. internship programs for MSW and BSW students. We especially appreciate her contributions to political social work and bringing students. She's been University of Alabama has been bringing students to DC for many years, and she's carried on that tradition. And because of her, social work students are consistently placed in Capitol Hill, making an impact on policy. So we like to recognize Carol C. Phelps. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. I have the honor and privilege of honoring and recognizing Dr. Suzanne Pritzker. Again, Dr. Pritzker is a well-known name in the field of political social work. In fact, she's written the book on it, and would love to see you all take a look at that. Dr. Pritzker is from the University of Houston in Texas and is really leading the public policy curricula for that particular university. And Dr. Pritzker's information is being shared at universities across the country. Again, a mega influencer in the field of political social work. I can't say enough good things about what Dr. Pritzker has brought to our field in really solidifying political social work as a meaningful aspect of the social work field. I want to encourage many of you who are listening in to consider that field of practice.
Yeah, and we're going to see Dr. Pritzker shortly. Angelique, why don't you introduce this Heather, because you've done a lot of work with Heather.
Mm-hmm. It's my honor and privilege to introduce you to Heather Zanoni. Heather Zanoni is an adopted social worker, an attorney by training, but has been one of the biggest champions for child welfare reform on the Hill. She is a former staffer of Congressman Karen Bass and has really led the race equity child welfare agenda through Karen Bass's office. Unique Heather's background is that she has extensive experience working in tribal communities, understands intimately the unique challenges for American Indian and Alaska Native children who are child welfare involved, and has been a great champion for change in that area, and has really helped support members of Congress in understanding the value and importance of recognizing that government to government relationship between the federal government and tribes in ensuring the success and continuation of tribal communities, in particular tribal Indian child welfare policy. Heather has also worked for the Children's Bureau and really led a lot of the development of administrative policy in the field of Indian child welfare specifically, and then moved on to work in Karen Bass's office. She is a champion for child welfare, like me, another foster care alum, leads with her heart, her passion, her lived experience, as well as her professional training, and lives and breathes and is passionate about what she does. She is an amazing role model for foster care alumni across the country and has really helped to give that lived experience voice weight in the public policy process. I can't say enough good things about Heather. It's an honor and privilege to be her friend and her colleague.
Okay, so I hesitated for a couple of minutes ago because there was one more person that we wanted to recognize. And as we got closer to Social Work Day on the Hill, I had a number of people tell me, you got to recognize Wendy Sherman. Wendy Sherman is an American diplomat. She's currently serving as the United States Deputy Secretary of State and is the first woman to hold that position. She's done so many incredible things, and she got her MSW at the University of Maryland. And I just want to read something that she said in terms of her skills in negotiation and crediting them to her social work experience and her education. She said, for me, that core set of skills was in community organizing and clinical skills. And I only half joke that those clinical skills have been very effective with both dictators and members of Congress. It does help to understand interpersonal relations and how people think and feel and have different sets of interests. So we'd be remiss if we didn't give our salute to Wendy Sherman. And so, Angelique, we're going to turn this over to Justin, and he's going to moderate our panel discussion on the future of political social work.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. You saw me just a moment ago in that video, pre-haircut. So I'm Justin Hodge. I'm a clinical assistant professor at the University of Michigan School of Social Work. I also am the director of our online certificate in political social work, which professional social workers can take to get continuing education credits, but it's open to anybody. I'm also the faculty lead for our policy and political social work MSW concentration. And when I'm not doing the academia stuff, I am a Washtenaw County commissioner. So I represent the 5th district for those of you that are watching and know Michigan and Washtenaw County geography. I'm really excited for our panel today. Political social work is one of my favorite things to talk about, if you could tell by the books behind me. And we've got an excellent panel here to go into it. So I'm not going to go through and give you a long bio of everybody. I learned from Charles earlier that he just says Google it, people. Google them, but I am going to call people out one by one just to say a few things and then about themselves and their work, and then where they think the future of political social work is headed. So we're going to bring Charles back on now.
Hi, do you want me to say something?
Yeah, I'd like for you to say something, like for you to say, what are you thinking about the future of political social work and where we're headed and where we could be headed?
I think it has great potential. I mean, I think that, a lot will depend on how the profession embraces the idea of political social work. I think particularly in academia, there's some hesitancy to get too deeply involved in the political because of it is polarized, and so it's very difficult to do this work and be nonpartisan. I mean, because eventually you'll have to advocate for something, and usually it's going to be with one party or the other, because they don't usually agree on very much.
And we got to this discussion this morning a little bit about this partisanship issue and what should and shouldn't be thought of as partisan. So I expect that we'll get into more of that during the panel today. Hang on to those thoughts, Charles, because we're going to bring Angelique in next. No, I'm not. I think I am.
Angelique was just working with me for that session.
Angelique's not sticking around. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Well, I will miss Angelique's thoughts about political social work. I'm sure we'll hear about him another time. Jason is here next.
Hi, Justin. Thank you. I'm Jason Ostrander. I'm an assistant professor at Sacred Heart University, and I've been doing political social work my entire social work career. And I have to say that it has been really refreshing, although sad, since COVID has really hit our country. The number of students who are more engaged around policy and community engagement has just dramatically increased, especially amongst my clinical students. So I think that we're at a prime time of helping our students to really understand what it means to engage in this work. Really, it's still basic one-on-one conversations in the community and building relationships and building coalitions to really help bring about change. And I know a lot of my students are really, as Charles mentioned, hesitant around the word politics, but when we frame it differently, it's like civic engagement or community engagement, we find them much more interested, at least in my case, much less fearful of what it means to engage in policy. So I think, especially now as people reevaluate their life, and especially now what's going on with Ukraine and how it directly impacts us, I think it holds a good future.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring that up about the increased interest in it as a field of practice. I mean, it's an unfortunate series of events that have happened nationally and internationally that have increased this interest that we're seeing among students, but very much needed. And it fits right along with what we've talked about with social workers being defenders of democracy. And I'm sure we'll talk more about that. But let's bring Tanya in now.
Sorry about that. I had to unmute. Hi, everyone. My name is Tanya Rhodes-Smith, and I am on the faculty at the UConn School of Social Work, and I'm also the director of the Nancy A. Humphreys Institute for Political Social Work. So really happy to be here. I took over from Nancy when she retired in 2014. I knew her as a student and a mentor and a friend, and came to the position as an advocate and a former lobbyist. So my practice has always been grounded in politics as a volunteer and otherwise. And at the Humphreys Institute, like others here, we are supporting social workers to be political and really thinking about it from two levels, like political social work as a practice specialization, and that is alive and well in Connecticut. We have more political placements than we do students. So that's a long pipeline of investment. We've got 6 social workers elected at the state in our legislature who are social workers. We've got social workers in all levels of politics, and we get text messages from our congressional delegation when they have openings. So it's thriving, but we've got a long way to go because we also want to support all social workers to be political. So I can talk more about the Humphreys Institute later, but I'm really happy to be here with all of you.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear more about how that pipeline has developed. I mean, I'd love to have that in Michigan and in a lot more places across the country. Suzanne, was just recognized a while ago, and here she is.
Hi, everyone. So first I want to thank Chris for the recognition. It's really an honor, so thank you for that. I am a faculty member at the University of Houston Graduate College of Social Work, where I lead our political social work focused learning opportunity. I also direct our Austin Legislative Internship Program, where students engage in an immersive legislative internship at the Texas Legislature every session. So when I think about the future of political social work, I'm going to talk about what I hope for. And so 3 things. So first is social workers across the practice spectrum, clinical and macro, working together to challenge unjust policies and influence and lead the creation of policies that are truly reflective of social, economic, political, and racial justice. And along with what Jason said, our students are now demanding this. This is what they want to do and see and be part of, regardless if they are clinical or macro social workers. There's really, I think, a different desire to be engaged in this work now. Secondly, and I'm thinking of this literally just coming from a meeting at our college this morning, but that I'd really hope to see that our profession really build its capacity for intentional collective organizing as organizers, as advocates, and as politicians, to push back on threats to our social work practice and education. I'm in Texas and coming from a state where our governor has just, and I guess, so to preface the earlier conversation about partisan and politics, I can't be a political social worker in Texas and not talk about politics and not be political. But we're in a place right now where we need to figure out how to organize against a directive that attacks gender affirming care for trans youth in Texas, and that brings child protective services into being asked to implement this. And we're also in a state that has made very clear that they are proposing bans to teaching CRT in higher education, which is critical to what we teach and in social work education. And thirdly, I think that the future of political social work involves re-examining, rethinking, and challenging the systems that guide our democracy. What does it mean to not only act in defense against restrictive laws, against proposed restrictions and further restrictions to democracy, but also to work as a profession toward new structures that truly support meaningful voice and representation?
I think that was a great way to close out the statement, because it really brings it back to what can we as social workers do around democracy and making sure that we're active players in that. I got to take a moment to point out the book right there. Okay, and it's been up here. My hardcover. I got a soft cover at my office at school, but pick it up if you don't have the book already. Excellent. Well, Stephen, you're next.
Hello, everyone. I could not be more pleased to be here today. I am Stephen Pimpare. As Justin said, I am currently director of the Public Service and Nonprofit Leadership Program and a faculty fellow at the Carsey School of Public Policy at the University of New Hampshire. And I'm a bit of an interloper here. Although my undergraduate degree is in human services, my graduate work is actually in political science, not social work. But I came to that fairly late in life, after a little more than a decade in New York City doing direct service work in soup kitchens, food pantries, homeless shelters, as well as a lot of advocacy work at the local level during the Giuliani years, and then at the state and federal level as we moved into welfare reform debates in the 1990s. So I approach this, I think, a little bit more as a political science and a policy guy. So in thinking about the 5 minutes that I promised to limit myself to in the opening remarks, the question that I sort of reframed is, how do we think about how social work and social workers are or are not suited for effective political and policy work? So I want to offer two cases against. I want to talk about one thing in favor of the proposition, and then maybe make an effort to step back a little bit and think maybe a little more boldly. So I think the first potential danger as we think about about social workers engaged in politics is the risk of the clinical approach itself. If we think of client level micro intervention as the default method of the profession, and we could argue with that, of course, right? Then we also risk thinking that social and political and systemic and institutional problems are problems of individual failure, or that they are amenable to therapeutic interventions. And I have in mind specifically here recent conversations about CRT as a poverty intervention, right? But in the United States, right, and poverty is my area of expertise, it's not, I would argue, typically an individual or behavioral problem. It's a systemic one, right? And I think we've sort of seen this lesson from the expansion of the child tax credit in 2021, right? People don't need fixing. Institutions do. So the question is, does a therapeutic lens limit our ability to intervene effectively? Second potential danger. Social workers, and again, I am generalizing here in order to make the point. Social workers are trained to diffuse conflict, but politics is at its very core conflict. Literally, it is how we resolve disputes over values and priorities and turn them into policies and practices. Politics and policymaking are contests for power more than they are acts of persuasion. If you don't have conflict, I would argue, then you don't actually have any politics going on. And especially now, they're not just merely partisan contests, but they're hyper partisan ones, and often resistant to rational evidence-based arguments, especially at the national level, right? So just this morning, in the bit of the panel that I was able to tune into, there was some talk about social workers' fear of getting too political or being partisan. But we have to be able to say true things out loud. For example, the threat to US democracy right now and to the populations we serve come from a radical, revanchist, white, male, supremacist, Republican party that has rejected democracy itself. And I would argue that is not bias, that is simply calling things by their proper name. So if your goal is to avoid conflict or partisanship, I would argue you're surrendering to those anti-democratic forces at work. Right now, there are also ways in which I think that clinical training can have really powerful positive impact, right? Create spaces at the local level for community dialogue and debate, sort of deep canvassing work that political scientists talk about as the most effective way to get people out to vote and to engage in persuasion. And of course, bringing all of the street level knowledge that you have to bear on the policymaking process. But is the normal political engagement that we typically discuss, right? Call and write and testify and vote. Is that enough right now at this moment in the life of the United States? The United States Constitution was designed for a world, A, without political parties, and B, intentionally designed to frustrate the ability of even a determined majority to exert its will. Our national political system is undemocratic at its very core and utterly unequipped to deal with hyperpolarized parties. So, to wrap up, do we need instead to be talking less about normal politics and making change around the margins, which is typically what that normal politics looks like? And do we need to be talking more about mass mobilizations of people to press against that system, loudly, impolitely, and disruptively, perhaps? If that's the case, and I expect people will disagree with that, right? Are we as social workers well suited to do that kind of work, right? So last thing I'll say is that maybe that's all an argument for more explicitly political social work programs, to find ways to reconcile those tensions and to think about building disruptive power in a thoughtful, respectful, strategic way.
Well, thank you, Stephen. I'm going to want to jump right into what you talked about there, but I have to point out, Stephen is a newer addition to my bookshelf here with Politics for Social Workers right there, so pick it up. Charles, we talked a little bit about what Stephen closed out with there in our earlier panel, and I'd like to get your thoughts. I'll start with you, your thoughts on what are some of those barriers and what we're seeing right now with social work in general and political social work in trying to transition to this more conflict-focused approach.
Well, the reason when we raised the question, we asked, we were seriously asking, is there something or, what is it that we might do as social workers to act that will contribute to the effort to preserve and strengthen democracy? Because at the time, if we had a really clear idea of what social work could do, we wouldn't have to ask the question. And quite frankly, Stephen, we didn't say we were going to save democracy. We asked if we could help save democracy. So given what you have said, there are a lot that social workers are not, I won't say equipped, but at least ready to engage in some of those battles that you're talking about. Now, the one thing I think that one of the things that I was not I was always interested in politics. Never studied political science, although I did get a chance to work with Robert Shapiro when I was at Columbia University, and so I learned a little bit. But the one thing I went to work with him because of his work in public opinion, because I'm saying that it is your ability to get a critical mass of public opinion for an idea, all right, that will actually hold sway in terms of making a difference in changing society. And now the battlefield, as you have it in the political arena, has definitely changed. So there were times, Stephen, when compromise was not a dirty word, and we actually got some things done. And if you look at it, even depending on how you describe it or evaluate it, the Affordable Care Act was a compromise because the left or the Democrats really wanted a public mandate in that legislation, and they were very disappointed but the President Obama's administration decided not to fight for it. All right, so I'm just saying. So what we got was a legislation that was not perfect, but at least it moved things in the right direction. So lastly, I just said, because I think at the end of the day, feasibility matters. You can fight for something, but you got to have some kind of calculus that says, yeah, at the end of the day, we can make this move.
So I want to turn to Suzanne, because I saw Suzanne furiously taking notes, very, very furiously. So
I think she's grading papers.
I think that I'm just thinking about some of the challenges, right? To what does it look like to build disruptive power within social work? And I think one of the things, and I see this struggle all the time, like we have this struggle in the class, we talk about this a lot, but as social workers, we're embedded in institutions that, like, we're embedded in child welfare, we're embedded in, we're dependent on medical reimbursement, right? So much of the work that we do, we really, I think, as a profession, need to do more. And I think part of political social work actually is helping our students, our practitioners, all of us struggle with, even educators, the white supremacist nature of higher education, the problematic, higher education is deeply problematic as an institution in a lot of ways. And I think this struggling in how to disrupt while in these institutions, what does it mean to engage in, as Stephen talked about, disruptive power, but also kind of this balance of what does that look like? Does that mean that we leave these institutions? And I think that, I think one of the struggles is, I hear this all the time. We talk about, for example, family, detention at the border. That's something we talk about a lot in Texas. And a lot of times the students and practitioners will say, but if I wasn't there, it would be worse, right? Like the immigrants in these detention centers, they need people who care. They need social workers who have the skills that we have. So how can I leave and challenge this from the outside, because I need to be in there? And so then we'll say disrupt, but what does that mean to disrupt, right? And I think that this is something really important for us to really think about and grapple with and understand that sort of duality of being in these institutions while also trying to challenge. And I think that's part of what we really need to grapple with and talk about. And what does it mean then to be engaged in political social work? That it isn't just, I need to go testify at a legislature or county commissioner, but that I'm challenging the power within the institutions that I'm in. I'm challenging these systems and structures.
No, that's fantastic. So before I turn to Tanya and Jason for remarks, I want to tell the audience, we're looking for your comments and questions, so please throw them into the chat as you have them. I already see a couple of comments that have been popping up, including a fire emoji. So, something we've said is really resonating. Tanya, you want to jump in here?
Sure. There's so many things to say, so I'm going to try to focus in on a couple of things that I'm thinking about. But disrupting power, radical, challenging power is also maybe more within our reach than we think, because, when I think about, I'm going to start with a couple of things. One, Barbara, one of our favorite social workers, Barbara Mikulski said, politics is social work with power. So we definitely need more representation. And as another social worker in Congress says, Deb Savino, it's far easier to spend some money and some months getting the right people elected than to get the wrong people to do the right thing. So that's the argument for getting more social workers inside systems for change. And that's not as hard. We think about the national level, but elections all across America in local politics are won, and even in national politics are won by a handful of votes. And so, yes, we have to confront power, but engaging people to vote is a longer term relationship with that person, because the old models of knocking on a door and asking people to vote, and then those people feeling like the system doesn't respond, that's where it starts. It's all about relationships and building the community power so that they can, they have agency over their own system. So I'm not sure I made the direct connection, but that's where I think about it, both from a representation standpoint and from a participation standpoint.
That also resonates with something you said earlier in the panel this morning about how we have to do more work to dispel this myth that people's votes don't matter, because that's manufactured, I think is what you said earlier. And I know someone who has lost an election with fewer than 5 votes, and someone who won an election with fewer than 5 votes. So it's, every single vote does matter. Jason, I think you're ready.
I almost started talking and did the faux pas being muted. I was blessed with moderating an influencing social policy panel not that long ago, and Amy Krings from University of Loyola, not University of Loyola, talked about an exercise in that panel around either you're a bridge burner or a bridge builder. And I thought it was a really great way to really highlight these very difficult conversations and very negative conversations that are taking place in the community. And it really helps people to think about, am I going to try to change the process from the outside, or I'm going to try to change the process from the inside? And based on where I am right now in this time in my life, what can I do? Where can I be? And I agree with, I really firmly agree with everything that Stephen says. I really of the mindset that social work has to dig deep into its radical roots. We have many hundreds of thousands of people in this country who are social workers, at least according to the Department of Labor. Yet we have this faux pas even talking about union organizing or trying to have collective power. Many social workers in many states are part of an Ask Me or something because they work for, as Susan said, a CPS, or they work for the VA, or they work for some state entity or federal entity that does have a union. But it's not representing the social work field. It's representing child welfare field. It's representing the VA field, which doesn't have necessarily our code of ethics or our beliefs. So I think we do have to, I've really come to believe that we spend an overwhelming amount of education space teaching about individual skills in micro practice, and we relegate understanding these more micro components of social work practice to a couple of courses. Unless you have a method in your school or specialty, most schools, it's, a survey of policy issues and a history class, which really doesn't help social workers understand, what do I do? How do I do it? They're not even getting basic skills around, how do I call my legislator? What should I put in the email? There's lots of this talk around trying to get them to go to state houses. Well, for some people, like in Texas, it could be 10 hours away. I'm lucky I'm in the state of Massachusetts. It's a couple hours away. New England is lucky that we have small states. So it's not such a hard thing. But for many of our clients, it is. It's really hard. So we have to come up with other strategies to really get their voices heard and get their presence known. And I think we do this. We just don't advertise and train it really well. And social work education requires students to get it elsewhere. But we did this stuff at the beginning of our profession. We know how to do this stuff. UConn has a whole method on community organizing. We know how to do this. And I think it needs to be more ingrained in social work education. But I'm a firm believer in Suzanne and Shannon's definition of political social work. I think it is twofold. You're either somebody who does this as your career, which I was blessed to be able to do, whether it was campaigning or working for a member of Congress. I'm director of the Congressional Policy Practice internship now in my school that has remotely students engaging with congressional offices around child welfare policy. I do it in partnership with Angelique Day. But what I'm finding more and more is our students are lacking just a basic understanding of how to engage. I mean, and I think that many of us get so excited about this work that we really jump to the extreme around what students need to know. They don't know much. So I think we have to dumb it down. Sorry to say dumb it down, but bring it back to really the basics of what these students need to know so they can operate. But I also think that it's not just social workers getting elected. It's we need people who believe deeply in our causes and our ethics and our professional mandates to also get elected. We need to make sure our bench is wide and deep. Social workers can help those people get elected. They can sit on their candidates committees. They can go door to door. They can, really push for people to get educated on these topics. But if we just focus on social workers as only the elected officials, I think it's going to take a lot more time and a lot more energy to get there. So we need to work on allies. And lastly, when I listened to the panel this morning, I actually concluded with hearing Justin, and I don't know if others talked about this, but I also think we talk a lot about state and especially federal elections when, as Stephen said in his opening remarks, local and county have much more effect on people's everyday lives than state and federal. I mean, in Suzanne's case, there are some pretty heinous laws being passed in the state of Texas that need to be addressed. But when we're talking about our pocketbook, it's local and county. So why aren't we getting people to serve on local select boards, on county commissions like Justin? I mean, I know in Connecticut we have lots of social workers serving on select boards. We don't have county government in much of New England, but I think that's a great and easy way to get students engaged and excited about something that directly impacts them. And I know I'm the problem with this because I focus on state and feds. I don't focus local, and I should.
You gotta be careful there, Jason. You're gonna get me talking about county government. We'll be here all night. Now I want to get back to Stephen in just a second because you brought up, Jason, you made me think about what we talked about this morning with, I think the number is we have about 700,000 social workers in the country. About 80% of them are clinical focused. So what are we going to do when we talk about political social work and figuring out how do we engage that large number of non-macro focused social workers and getting them to be engaged in more political social work? That's going to be my next question, but I saw you take a note, Stephen, so I wanted to see if you had anything you wanted to jump back in here with.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of first, in absolutely no sensible order. Just to and this I think links back to the question you just posed, Justin, is that, when we talk about what are we going to do, well, that we is an awful lot of different components, right? It's, what are we as educators doing in the classroom? What are we doing in our communities? What is the NASW doing at the national level? What are the elected representatives who identify as social workers doing, right? And I think the answer to that question may be different for each of those people, right? Thinking about Jason talking about organizing, right? If you think about where the energy in the American labor movement is right now, it's nurses and it's teachers, who are also, maybe coincidentally or not coincidentally, historically women-identified professions, right? Are there opportunities for national institutions of the social work profession to be more engaged with teachers unions and with health professional unions, right? Is that a way that we sort of multiply our power? We share lots and lots and lots of the very same concerns and work with overlapping populations in lots of ways, right? So there's sort of a natural set of opportunities, I think, there. And again, just to emphasize what I think everybody has now articulated, and Tanya talked about community power. Again, it's both run for office, right? First of all, start showing up at meetings, go to your local community board or school board meetings, see what they're like, get a feel for them, suppress your urge to be appalled by them sometimes, right? Local politics is super local sometimes. But then think about ways in which you can do that. And again, here in New Hampshire, it's the easiest thing in the world. They are begging people to run for local office, right? We have 400 members of our House of Representatives, right? Fourth largest legislative body on the planet, right? So there are lots of opportunities there. But also something Tanya said about building community power, right? One piece of this is how do you find your way into those formal institutions? The other is what are you doing in your own local communities to identify needs, to put people together, to have them right? Think about what they want to do for themselves, and how can you serve as a facilitator to help them understand where the openings are in the political system. Two other things in response quickly. Thinking Suzanne talking about sort of recognizing where you are institutionally located in those systems of power. I mean, I think instantly of conversations I had when I was in New York with often, right, sort of social workers on internships who call CPS, right, who are in households and call CPS. And I remember, I'm sort of thinking of a very particular set of circumstances, and will not share any of them, but said, so what will happen now to that family that you have just talked about? And they hadn't thought it through, right? And I said, well, why did you call? It's like, well, I felt like I was mandated, that I was obligated to. It's like, okay, so what is that obligation? And that's the tricky part, right? Because there's a real, live, literal, legal obligation as well as a professional obligation. But there's also a real risk that when you call in those institutions of authority, you will make that household worse off rather than better off. And that's that challenge, right? How do we help people think about how to negotiate those spaces in a way that honors their obligation to the well-being of the client in a more rounded kind of way? And I will stop there. I feel like I've talked enough.
Well, what you just mentioned there makes me think about something that comes up, and there's a comment that's reflective of this in the chat about we're having this conversation explicitly about power. And I noticed that in my political social work course, when we have a class session where we focus on power and strategy, that one always is one of the most impactful for my students, in that you get into some of these conversations with social work students, and power typically has a negative connotation with a good portion of the room. And that you talk about power, that just is bad. And we have to move away from that, because power is not good or bad. It's a force, and it just depends on how you use it. And when we have conversations about CPS, social workers in that example you just gave wielded some amount of power, and it may have ended up in a bad way. But if you're not aware of the power that you wield, that's very dangerous. There's a question in here. I'm going to pose this one to you, Charles, first, about, so as we're thinking about political social work and political social work careers, and how do we go about getting the 700,000+ social workers engaged in this, for people that want to have a career in political social work but aren't at a school that's providing that kind of resource to their graduates, what can we do to help move their career forward? Oh, thank you for highlighting it. That's nice. You're muted.
It's going to take a while for more schools to expand to embrace political social work. So I guess I think there will be more opportunities for online courses such as yours. So people can, they may not get a degree, but they get a certificate in political social work. But there was a couple of things that's been said since I got around to me that I wanted to comment on. One thing is that I think one of the reasons why we're not as unionized or union focused is that we're not well defined in terms of what we do as social workers. I mean, we're everywhere, okay? And we do everything. It's like we're like people who are trying to make society better. And there's just so many ways to do that. And and those social workers in direct services, they're needed, and social workers but I think that ultimately what will happen if political science catches on, we're going to attract a different type of person who may have gone to political science. They come to social work because they want to take that different path. And I think that we're going to see people. But I think also it's going to take. They got to see political social work in action and know that it's political social workers, because I think we do have a different approach to some of the things that we do, and I think most of our our thinkers, and a lot of our leadership come out of academia, And I don't know if that's going to be the, that's going to be the prototype of a political social worker that's going to get the job done. So I think that we're going to have to expand our reach in terms of getting people to come into the profession, and then getting those people who are in the profession to speak out and make it known. I mean, the members of Congress or members on the school board. I remember when I went to Columbia, and we would never go to the social work conferences. I always said we were very elitist, because we would go to APAM, the Association of Public Policy and Management, because we had all these economic courses, and we were smart. So we would go there. But I made sure I identified myself as a social worker whenever I presented because I think our voices, we need to be in the public discourse. Okay, we need people to know. We need to be on whatever, Morning Joe or whatever. We need to have social workers there who are speaking truth to power from a social work perspective, based on our values and our ethics. And so I think it's a long haul, but I think it begins with these kind of discussions.
Yeah, I would say that no shade towards the clinical social workers out there. That's not at all what we're trying to say. I started my career as a clinical social worker and then just made these shifts along the way. And as we talk about local office, most of those positions people do with another job. I mean, for a clinical social work out there that really cares about human services, they should be looking at positions on a board of commissioners, for example. Or maybe you care a lot about education, you can do that. Do your private practice or whatever your clinical work looks like while you're on city council or while you're on school board or library board. So you can do both. There's a way to do both. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Not to say you can't get to Congress without going local.
Right.
You don't just walk into, you got to start at the beginning. You got to start the ground and work it, get your feet wet and learn and work your way up.
So yes to everything. I fully agree with everything, Charles just said. But I want to circle back to something that Jason brought up, and I think comes up actually in Emily's comment as well. And that is, I think those of us on this call, on this panel, we are at programs that emphasize political social work, that do a lot in this area, that really prioritize or make space to prioritize political social work education. I have an article coming out that is a survey of policy education in BSW and MSW programs across the country. And when we look at social work education writ large, where you go to school makes all the difference in whether and what you learn about policy. We see vast differences in social work programs across the country based on who's teaching your policy classes, whether they have any policy experience at all in teaching a policy class, whether there's any field policy incorporated in field, whether there's any hands-on policy learning in the program. This looks vastly different. And I think if we're going to talk about the future of political social work, we need to come back to what social work education is and make sure that it's not just that you go to 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 programs where you learn how to be a political social worker, but that policy, politics, power, navigating these dynamics, really being prepared around the political process and policy change takes place in all of social work programs. I think about Shannon Lane, my co-author on the political social work book, but her work around social workers who have run for office. So even the most politically inclined social workers, and how few of them felt prepared about learning about the political process in their social work education. So I think we have a lot to do in social work education. I think there is a huge responsibility on the part of the Council of Social Work Education and our accreditation standards, and really thinking about not just here's your standard policy class, move on, but really what does it mean to think really intentionally and focus really intentionally on training social workers, regardless of their field of practice, to really impact the policy process, to feel able to do that and to be part of something. Because I don't see how we build the collective voice in our profession if we don't have that basic value and prioritization in our social work education.
And I mean, I've been turned down by every social work organization for when I sent a proposal for a conference that is on political social work. And maybe it's just maybe I'm just have bad ideas. I don't know, but I figured, gee whiz, nobody wants to talk about political social work.
Well, I don't know if that was the answer to question in the chat, because that's an unhappy answer. Jason, I saw you want to get in here, but Tanya unmuted before you. I don't know, Tanya, you had something, or you want Jason to go before you?
Go ahead, Jason. I'll jump in after you.
I mean, so I just wanted to pick up further on what Suzanne wrote. I mean, she and Shannon, I think, did the last recent study, smallish survey, but still revealed, how even field departments are struggle, I guess is the nice way of saying it, with these policy placements or political placements. I mean, unless you have a field office that is comfortable and believes that political placements and policy placements do have a place in social work education, then they don't take place. I mean, thank God that I have, Catherine Salaku at my university, who is great. Absolutely great. And we work with local legislators and find policy placements. And my partner, as I call her, my partner in crime, Kate Kelly at Sacred Heart as well. I think the other thing that is most interesting, and I also have to give a shout out to Paula Neiman, who's now at UConn, their BSW program director, who really got me hooked on this understanding of the interconnection of professional socialization and this policy politics. Because when I teach social workers, I immediately go into a spiel of, I'm not teaching you how to be a clinician. I'm not teaching you how to work for CPS. I'm teaching you a set of skills that social workers need to have in order to go out into the world and represent a profession. Because most often I get these students who just tell me they want to be therapists, and that's fine if that's what your job is. But that's not what I'm teaching you. We have a very specific set of code of ethics and educational accreditation standards. That's what I'm teaching you, which is required in order to be a social worker. And I think it's really imperative for us to connect that back to what our mission says. But finally, when you look at the new, again, my new boss would be remiss if I didn't talk about the new draft EPIS. I mean, if you look at them, one very large new component of the draft EPIS is DEI, and really an anti-racist perspective in social work education. And I don't know how we fulfill that mission if we don't talk about politics, if we don't talk about power, if we don't talk about oppression, if we don't talk about marginalization. It's not possible to meet those new accreditation standards without this very topic being front and center in many social work programs, and really thinking hard on how do we not just have a class that covers this, but how do we embed this throughout our curriculum to better meet this accreditation standard? And it's a conversation we're having right now at Sacred Heart. And I think it has to include power, which is politics. I mean, it goes hand in hand. We can't do one without the other.
Go ahead, Tanya.
Well, I have so much I want to say, so let me try to focus. But let me jump on first on Shannon Lane's work and a comment that you made, Charles. I mean, back when Shannon did her dissertation, she identified 467 social workers in elected office all over the country. And where are we pulling them in? Because when I think that's the first question for our organizations, is to say, how are we bringing them into the profession and building this network for power with those folks included. And then, Jason said earlier too, what we teach, and Suzanne, what we teach really matters, but I see a path forward in a couple of ways. One is we developed, and I worked with Jason on this, and Shannon and Mary Hilton and others on developing an evaluated model. And if you did a training on nonpartisan voter engagement and why it matters, not only to our mission, but our impact as social workers, we can show through that evaluation that social workers leave much more likely to vote in all elections, much more likely to engage other people to vote. And the difference is that you connect it to the why. So social workers need to see this connection that people and individuals and communities that vote are better off in these really, really important ways. And then how to do it. And that's why, we co-founded the Social Work Voter Mobilization Campaign and the Voting is Social Work, because we see the power in that 700,000 social workers. And Dr. Abramovitz mentioned it this morning, if every one of those 700,000 people engaged 3 people to vote, not just register, but to vote, that starts to change an equation. And I want to say one more thing about power and democracy and the structural racism built right into it. I think the other piece that's just essential, and to me, directly connected to our code of ethics, is if you take an example like felony disenfranchisement, it was built into our democratic institutions explicitly to limit the political power of Black Americans and other communities of color. And it exists across the state. And I know Suzanne could talk a lot about it, because Texas is one of the worst, and actually not one of the worst, but we need social workers to know what those rules are, because you have 20 million people in our country with a felony conviction. You've got 4 million right now that are disenfranchised, but the de facto disenfranchisement across the country, because people don't know the rules, and social workers included, means that, there's a whole group of people who are not, and generally in communities that are already underserved, because as we say, it's overlapped with criminal, with mass incarceration and targeting of criminal justice policies. So I'm going to stop there because I covered a lot of ground, but.
All right, so one thing I'm hearing, and it's making me think about this tension between what we're talking about with what are basic things about politics and policy that all social workers need to know about. So a generalist perspective. And then what, if you really want to specialize in it, what does that look like? Because it's like, I'm really happy now that we have this policy and political social work pathway at the University of Michigan School of Social Work. But one of the things that I'm less happy about is, as part of the curriculum that everybody has to take, we didn't get anything focused on politics in that piece of it. So only the students that self-select into my pathway are going to get that piece of it. And that's not really helping the 80% clinical students get that kind of content. Stephen, I saw you write notes. Want to circle to you. Also got to say, I like the mic setup. That's a good looking pop filter.
It's all part of an elaborate ploy to make it look as if I know what I'm doing. As with Tanya, I've got like 4,000 thoughts, and I will not share the overwhelming majority of them. I mean, I know that anytime someone says that they mean no disrespect, that's always troubling. But I genuinely do not mean disrespect to the profession by saying what I am going to say. Is that, and this is right as someone whose graduate work was in political science rather than social work, my experience in the half a dozen schools of social work that I have taught, both at the bachelor's, master's, and doctoral level, is that a disproportionate number of the policy courses and the social welfare history courses are taught by people with no formal training in either of those areas, right? And you can see, look at job ads, right? We want someone who can teach, human behavior in the social environment 1 and 2, and group work and policy. It's like, wait, who is that person? right? Who is the person who has equal expertise across all of those domains? And, I can tell you that I, as a person without an MSW, but I would like to say with some fairly deep expertise in policy and policy history and practical politics, I'm unhirable in the overwhelming majority of those programs, right? Is sort of, if you look at sort of Suzanne talking about, sort of the vast variety of what sort of policy and political related education looks like across schools of social work. There is not a commitment in my experience, at the institutional level of most schools of social work that I have encountered, the commitment to the NASW obligation around these issues is merely rhetorical, and there's very little active energy devoted to putting it into practice, which is why it's so haphazard, I would guess, right? That it's not a deep commitment. Perhaps in part, we've got a chicken and egg problem here, right? Not enough people in the institutions with their own practical experience of what that can do and why it matters, so that they fail to recognize it and bring it in. How we solve that, other than, I think, somebody talked about, CSWE, new EPAS standards, right? Sort of fighting at the top level. It's like, you need to incorporate this in a more rigorous, accountable kind of way into your curricula. And maybe loosen some of the restrictions on who can sit in certain kinds of positions, right? Last thing I'll say is field coordinators. Last I encountered this, right, the obligation for someone to serve as a field placement director requires an MSW, right? I get that, right? Not irrational, but what do we lose by hiving off all of those other disciplines who might bring new ways of thinking about what that engaged experiential component of social work learning looks like?
Whew. Oh man. Okay, this is getting interesting. I want to check with Charles. Is this are we going until 4:30 or 5? Because we go all night, but I want to. You're muted. 5. Okay, good. Okay, great. So we still have the big piece that I want us to get to eventually, where we start thinking about political social work and the future of democracy and where we fit into this. But I like what Stephen is bringing up in here about, do we need to absorb more from allied fields or other fields, and what are we missing out on by not doing that? Does anybody else have thoughts on that?
I think when Nancy Humphreys was alive, we had this conversation once, and she was a strong proponent that everybody needed to have an MSW, a very strong proponent of that. And a part of me does agree with Stephen. I think that when, according to EPIS, any practice class, however the school designates, has to be taught with by somebody who has MSW and 2 years of postmaster's experience. But I think the downside of that is we do lose some of these other professions' experiences doing this work in real life. Sociologists do a lot of this on-ground stuff that could really enrich the exposure to social work students, especially around this large macro content. I'd say the same with political science. Most of the literature I use around political participation, which is essentially civic engagement, comes from political science. It's borrowed. And so I do agree that I do think we miss some of that. And I do agree that I think that our profession needs to more borrow some of this content from other professions, or invite people in that can more engage in the topic. I just don't know that the profession's ready to go outside of the MSW and 2 years practice experience for field or for the vast majority of the courses that are taught.
Charles, I saw you were trying to get in there. Jason was just quicker on the draw.
Yeah, I think we social workers really talk a lot about problems. I think because I think when I first got into social work, and I learned about the problem solving method, I really said, I don't know. Okay. Because ultimately, we could talk, there are so many problems with our society, All right. A lot of them are intractable and entrenched. There's so many problems with the profession that needs to, we've covered a lot of them this afternoon, and I'm not sure how we're going to change them. But ultimately, I think we got to focus on what is the goal. I mean, what are we trying to get to? And it's not going to be easy. All right. Some of these things are not going. Some of these things are not going to change in 20 years or 50 years or 100. So if we said we can't change them in less than 100 years, why bother? I want change now. And that's usually our attitude. The thing is, all right, for me, you got to educate Black children. Okay, you got to do that. It's never been done in this country properly. And that's why a lot of the problems exist in the Black community, because the kids are way behind, and we have not committed to doing that. And there are ways to get it done. I'm going to be watching Mr. Banks in New York City to see what some of his ideas of thinking is. All right, because ultimately, that's you can't you're not going to fix something as long as we're continuing with some of the, and this has nothing to do with social work per se, but we sure can be advocates for some of these changes.
So this topic is generating a lot of feelings in the chat. So we have some people that are saying, yeah, it should be very MSW focused because we don't want people in other professions shaping what social work is. And we have people that are also saying that there should be more partnership between MSWs and other professionals. So we finally found the topic that's generating some disagreement. Tanya, you about to lean in there, I think.
Yeah, I think, first of all, Charles, I agree. Let's maybe switch to or talk about what some of the solutions are, some of the paths forward. I think when we think about social work education, we do in our faculty, in all of our schools, have adjuncts that come in and teach, that maybe have a particular area of expertise. But what I'm really thinking about is, and all states are different, but there are a lot of states where you can't, I don't think you can teach for CEs, for example, without a licensure or without clinical licensure, I think. So I do think about that a little bit. Like, what do we need to do in our own professions to make sure that we're not being so exclusive? And licensure is a problem when we think about political social work, because a lot of folks in macro practice really don't care about whether or not they have a license or not. I don't have a license. I think that we need to address that. And it also gets to that point of how we bring people in. And then I think, in terms of field placements and preparing, I've seen a bunch of questions from students, or at least a few, about how do you find jobs in political social work settings. And the first thing is to push your own school to offer a field placement in a political setting. It's not easy, because you may have to do some outside supervision, different task supervisor model with a field supervisor. But it can be done. And those field placements build pipelines of opportunity for other students. And I think that's where all schools can start. And then lastly, in terms of where do students start, maybe that have already graduated, is we have to start being able to share job opportunities. Because the thing about being a political social worker is, the good news is you can do anything. And the bad news is you can do anything. So, it's hard. I see students who get really overwhelmed, like, what do I want to do? But Alberto Cifuentes in Connecticut started this macro listserv, a very simple listserv that every time he gets an email or a job opportunity, he blasts it out. And so our students they don't ever have, or rarely have, social worker wanted. These are just political opportunities that we are well suited to serve in. So I'll stop there.
Well, so I'm glad you brought up the licensure piece. So I thought that we were going to go into this direction eventually, and I'd love to hear the panelists' thought, but I see that Suzanne and then Stephen have a thought. But I want to say this about Michigan. So in Michigan, we have 2 licenses that social workers see. We have a clinical license and what is referred to as the macro license, but really it's an advanced generalist license. And we have this weird rule in Michigan where you have to be licensed to be able to refer to yourself as a social worker. So like Charles talked about earlier, he makes a point to blast out that he's a social worker whenever he's in those kinds of spaces. I do the same thing too. I have both of the licenses, but I can do that because I have both of the licenses. It's a barrier for a lot of social workers that are doing this kind of work, where there's probably a lot more social workers doing political social work that people know, like they know, oh, that person does great work. They don't know they're a social worker because they're not referring to themselves as a social worker, which creates some barriers in helping people see the field as differently and building the bench by having field sites. Like this creates a lot of challenges for us in creating field sites in Michigan. We'll go Suzanne and then Stephen.
So lots of thoughts. So first of all, so we have that same law in Texas, and I think that's really problematic, right? You can't say you're a social worker unless you have a license. And I understand the roots of its creation, but I think we really need to look at the implications of that for the profession. Tanya mentioned a listserv. So we've created a Texas political social work listserv. And the same thing, this community of sharing positions, sharing networking, really building this network, because, you know, we know lawyers pass political jobs on to their lawyer friends. And so people do, we need to do that for ourselves. We need to create that and create those networks and really see ourselves as facilitating and helping and bringing other folks and creating those spaces and connecting those job opportunities and things like that. I also, you know, when we talk about the future of political social work, I really think that creating spaces to share models is really of how we address some of these problems is really important. So something that we've done at the University of Houston is really about this field issue is to create placements, to find placements in organizations that are doing political work that don't have social workers, because students need to be in those placements. So we create a group and we hire a field instructor who meets once a week, who has the MSW standards, and the students are doing the work and they're getting in those placements, and then they're getting hired, and then they can be field instructors. But this is a model, we've been doing it for a number of years in political spaces, and people are getting hired and students are getting this opportunity, and they are building these political skills. And that needs to not just be something we do and a couple other programs do, but how do we share that model? How do we get that out there so that people can build on that? And actually just something, you know, kind of along those lines that Jason mentioned earlier, you know, in terms of thinking about bringing political social work to everyone and having that really be critical part of social work education. Something else we do is in our very first, like, we have an intro class that everybody takes, right? It's like an orientation class. And since 2018, I speak to our entire student body about political justice and why that is critical to social work. It isn't, this is a political social work thing. It isn't, this is what the macro folks do. It's directly tied. And I make the connections between clinical social work and political participation. And to Jason's point about DEI, the deep barriers that exist that keep the communities that we work with from being able to participate. Yes, felon disenfranchisement, but even those of you in the South probably experience a lot of runoffs, election runoffs. We just had an election last Tuesday, and many of them are in election runoffs. Literally, the roots of runoff elections are in Jim Crow laws. And to keep Black candidates from getting elected to office. So we talk about that. We frame that. We make the connection from the racist context of our laws directly to the laws that exist today that keep people from participating, directly to what does that mean for our individual clients and communities, and make that part of saying political justice, political participation is social work. And I think that those framings, those models, there's things that again, in different programs we do that we can really need to create spaces that we can share these more broadly, so that programs can learn from that and see, how can I still make sure that I'm meeting all the things that I value as a program, in terms of clinical education and in terms of meeting these CSWE guidelines, even as we look at whether they can be revisited, but to support each other in trying these approaches.
I want to give a shout out real quick to Shannon Lane. So we got a celebrity in our midst in here in the chat. I see her over there. I think she's the star of the show tomorrow. Is the keynote? That's right. Yep, that's right. So thanks for joining us, Shannon. Go ahead, Stephen.
So just jumping up quickly first on something that Suzanne said, I have this distinct memory of sort of walking through for students the line sort of taking us from institutions of slavery to institutions of Jim Crow to the ghettoization of marginalized populations and then to mass incarceration, and then to talking about sort of here are all the ways in which those deep institutional roots still play out in places and institutions that you encounter every day of your life and other people encounter even more. And this distinct memory of a student saying, genuinely angry, why is this the first that I am hearing about this? And I think that part of what one of the challenges that we face is what is it that we can do to enrich the exposure that students have in their K through 12 years, right? And particularly at this moment, right? We've got organized opposition against teaching history, right? What is it that we can do to act as supporters so that when students do get to us, they have a little bit more of that grounding already? And just quickly picking up on something that Tanya said, who talked about, I think rightly, the advantages to students and to institutions of institutionalizing to making a habit of policy and political social work placements, because that'll benefit students, it'll benefit institutions. It'll also benefit communities and then bound back to the institution, right? If suddenly institutions that are not used to dealing with people who identify as social workers or social workers in training start to have regular encounters, they learn what that means in a firsthand kind of way and may be more inclined, as they're thinking sort of to institutions in the world that may be able to offer them assistance, may be more likely to be thinking about social workers as well. So I think there are all kinds of opportunities to that kind of normalizing of this, whether it's a self-identified political social work program or a much smaller baby step of every year we're going to make sure there's at least one political or policy placement.
Excellent. We've got a comment here that I wanted to get the panelists to take a look at. Vincent, can you do the highlight a comment thing by Kendra real quick? Very nice. Okay, so here's a comment here. I want to get people's perspective on this. Is just a different way to go about teaching it. So HBCUs with social work programs provide a more interdisciplinary / collectivist approach due to teaching with an African value-centered lens. My passion for political social work was sparked by an HBCU. Thoughts? This is a very different way to go about teaching social work. Chat is popping. Man, this is a good panel. What do we think about?
Well, I mean, I can just start. I think that I would expect, maybe it's a false assumption, but I would expect historically Black colleges and universities would teach about power and oppression, and use a framework that supports that, because that is their lived experience. That is what they've had to deal with for generation after generation after generation, and still dealing with it now. And I think it's imperative for us, especially under the new EPA standards, to really make sure all social work programs are able to capture this in our curriculum and stop relegating it, I think it was Stephen said, to this thing that they hear once in the curriculum and it's never talked about again. I mean, I think that we have to, it's the same thing with clinical practice. I'm going to have this conversation often, even though it's not political practice, but it's the same thing with clinical practice. How do we work with communities of color and not be aware and engage in a conversation around power and politics? It shapes their everyday life in ways that it will never shape mine. And so I think by, dissecting this conversation even out of clinical practice, just because we have this notion that it's all about what the goals are of the client. The client may not understand how they're being harmed or how they're being marginalized specifically. They know what's happening, but they don't know by what systematic point it's happening. And if we don't talk about this, we don't engage in this conversation, how, are we really fulfilling our ethical obligation? Are we just further band-aiding a problem in our system by saying, there's nothing I can do to help you with that, but let's talk about why you're anxious and depressed. Well, I'm anxious and depressed because I can't feed my kids and I don't have a roof over my head, or, I'm getting a horrible wage at my job and I have no sick time and my kids are sick all the time, or my health insurance is, too expensive. Like, those are real political conversations. Those are real systematic problems. I mean, I think, when we talk about poverty, we talk about it as this amorphous thing, or as Stephen said earlier, it's an individual problem going back to, worthy, unworthy. But poverty is a creation of society. We could change policy and alleviate it. We choose not to. We could change policy so people aren't marginalized and oppressed, and we don't. So I think HBC, historically Black colleges and universities, are prime for this, and we need more support for them. And I think we, as predominantly white institutions, need to more fully engage in this, and raise the awareness of our white students, because I think that most often they are just not aware because they don't live in these communities.
So I want to just actually highlight some work that a former student at the University of Houston has done, and an alumni of the CRISP campaign school as well, campaign boot camp as well. Denisha Shepard really led work on an article that came out last year called Political Advocacy Without a Choice, highlighting African-American political social workers. And what I think is so critical in this piece, in the work that she led here, is the attention to the way that social work really has maintained and perpetuated a white dominant historical narrative of the profession, but also of political social work in this profession. And that we have there is a long history in social work of Black political social workers, and the deep engagement, even as the sort of white leadership in the profession moved away from political activism, that was not the story within among Black political social workers. And I think that is really, as we talk about moving forward too, I think we really need to do more to really recognize the history of political social work, the ways in which the folks that are often highlighted as early political social workers focus on white political social workers, and that deep into that in fact, so there's just critical history that has been ignored, neglected, ways in which we have the social work profession has excluded. You didn't have, we talked about the requirements to be supervisors, but literally folks who the profession now calls social workers, refers to as social workers, were excluded from institutions. We're not able to get social work degrees, and then so are like, but take it in now as now we'll call you a social worker, but we didn't let you in before. We did, this kind of thing. In the same way that so much of sort of core history textbooks of the social work profession, histories of political social work, leave out a lot of the work of the Black Panther Party, for example, and the political work there. So I think that Kendra's comment, and suggestion, it's really important that we sort of really focus on making sure that a more accurate and inclusive history of political social work is talked about, and that we learn from that the profession as a whole learns from that history and the incredible roots that are there as we move forward.
Can I throw a thought in there just to sort of bring us back to an earlier conversation? Sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Oh my God! Well, and it only when there's an audience, right? Does that happen? Go on. I will try to.
It'll come back to you, I'm sure. Okay. Anybody else wanted to throw something out? Throw some at us? No. Okay. All right. Well, I'm really grateful for the engaged chat here. Tanya, were you about to say something? Nope. Okay.
I was just going to do I agree with Suzanne. I think that we focus on the white political social workers whose shoulders we stand upon, but we focus. One of my favorite political social workers, and not very much has been written about him, is Forrester Blanchard Washington. And we talk about Francis Perkins and Harry Hopkins, but we don't really talk about the work that he does. And I think that's true all along the lines. I mean, and we could do a much better job. And that would be an easy, just to bring those folks into the conversation.
It
came back to you. It came back to me.
It's in direct response to something that Suzanne was saying. If we take the experience of Black Americans seriously, we have at best been something we can call a democracy from 1965 until approximately 2003 was Shelby County decision that hollowed out the Voting Rights Act. Right. So just in that sort of simple way, if we do nothing more then broaden the way in which we think about whose history, right? And from whose perspective do we think about, right, what's been and how it has changed over time, right? Fundamental assumptions about the nation are thrown on their end, right? We're not a democracy. We're not in any meaningful sense right now a democracy. And I think that in some ways is where we need to start, with that awfully dispiriting acknowledgement, but allow it to make us angry and think about what it is that we need to do to fulfill that promise. Easier said than done, obviously.
So, Charles, I know that's got to be making you think something there about social work democracy, our lack of democracy, and this project that, we just launched with that fantastic video. You want to throw any thoughts at us?
Yeah, so we spent a lot of time talking about, when I was thinking about the future of political social work, it was not to get it right, not to get political social work right. I mean, but it was more about what we could do to save democracy. And, we haven't had much conversations about ranked choice voting or different things that we could do to make this system more of a democracy. I think it has some democratic characteristics, and it's much better than many systems that exist today. It's not perfect. I mean, there's a lot of flaws. I mean, but then I think ultimately, can social work provide some leadership and some ideas that will capture the imagination of people to make some changes? All right, we could talk. I understand connecting history, from what happened back in slavery to Jim Crow to today. That's all important. I'm not saying that. But what I am interested in, as a African American, I'm interested in seeing some things moving in another direction. Okay, and that's why I'm doing political social work, because I think that's the best way. And I think that's so. My focus is more, can we do political social work better? Yeah, but to what end? What are the goals, and what can we hope to accomplish?
Yeah. Well, look, we only got 10 minutes left. And like Captain America would say, we could do this all day, but we do got to wrap it up eventually. So I'm going to let everybody close out with a couple of minutes. I'm going to go Jason, Tanya, Suzanne, Stephen, Charles, just so in case you want to be spotlighted.
Thanks for this. I honestly, I'm on the board of the Social Work Democracy Project, and I've been having these conversations. I'm on Humphrey's advisory board and ISP, and I'm having a lot of conversations around democracy. And I really keep going back to what Stephen talked about earlier, which was the founders never really considered a country with political parties. And then I've done some additional reading, really trying to understand, what was some of the intent behind the Constitution as described. I mean, inherently, we know that it was designed to benefit white, rich, landowning men. But I keep coming back to this piece that I think we have a lot to do in order to make our country a democracy and a functioning one. I mean, I keep coming back to the question, if we were really meant to be a democracy, why is it so hard to change the Constitution? Why is the bar so high? And it really makes me think of this notion that Jefferson had way back when, was he really thought the Constitution should be shredded, every 20 years because he didn't want to see the past dictate what the future was going to look like. And so I think one of the big things in order to become a democracy is, how do we make our Constitution, which I know is a huge goal, a huge task. How do we make our Constitution truly a document that can be represented by the people? Because I still think it's an elitist document that prevents many people who don't have the power to engage and participate. But as it relates to political social work, I think that the future is bright. I think we have a lot of students who really want to engage in this work of making systematic change, regardless of what we call it. And I think that we just have to find a way to start this process in social work education and really enshrine it in programs that don't have, as Suzanne had pointed out earlier, specializations in political social work, so that all social workers get this content and get meaningful engagement from people who do this work all the time that we talked about. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Well, thank you for including me in this conversation. It's so nice to be in with all of you. I guess I would like to say that if we really want to work toward this inclusive and responsive democracy, a democracy that really does respond to the needs of all people, then I would point out that who's in office matters, who's advocating and shaping policy, and who's in power matters, who's voting matters, who's counted in the census matters. All these ways that democracy is shaped. We need not just social workers, but we need to build this into our work within the communities that we serve, because they are the experts in their own lived experiences. So I'm going to leave with a couple of action items, I suppose. And one is to go to votingassocialwork.org and take the Power of Three pledge. I think democracy is a practice sport. And if we want students to have both the competence and the confidence to engage in democracy, then they have to be given opportunities to do so. And I think starting with engaging others to vote is the perfect opportunity. And tools now allow us to do that in a way that people will get reminded about elections and reminded about where they vote, when they vote, how they vote. So I think that voting is a great place to start. And then lastly, I would say our social work students are leaders, and they have to be reminded that they're leaders, and they need the training to do this work. So I'm so happy to be with all of you, and look forward to more conversations led by Crispin and all of you.
So I want to thank Chris for inviting me to be part of this panel, and thank everybody in the chat for your really engaged and insightful comments. And I think it was really a critical conversation today, both among the panelists and in the chat. I'm really, I think, sitting with Charles's concluding comments about to what end are we engaging in political social work? To what end are we talking about the future of social work? And I think that this maybe brings me back to where I started my own comments today. You know, living in a state, so not only a country, but a state where so much is under attack right now in policy, I think that it's critical that we really think about political social work and the work we do through political social work as focused on building capacity for intentional collective organizing among the profession and alongside the communities we live in and work with in order to really impact, to bring about more just policies, to create new systems, to really think and reimagine the society we live in and what we can be, instead of only sort of resisting policies that are coming. I think or that are being proposed. I think that building our power and our power alongside communities are so critical. And I think about social work education, the clinical macro divides, the talk that even we engaged in today about, you know, who gets what education, what does this look like, what are people learning, who knows and who doesn't. I think we need to really think about moving beyond that to a point where social workers, whatever your focus, whatever your field of practice is, that it's really critical that we learn how to impact policy. We learn how to be engaged in whatever form of political social work that looks like. That as we think about our educational opportunities, they be as inclusive as possible so that we really truly have the capacity to work towards a future that we want to see, that we work towards a future that reflects our ethical standards as a profession. So I'm really excited to see all the energy here around this. I'm really inspired by the really increased energy and not even energy, urgency that our students are bringing to our classrooms now, to social work, the pushes that are happening to really shift social work, to be more active, to be more activist, to really, really reimagine the structures that we're embedded in and the structures, and to really think about what this society can be. And I think political social work and an inclusive political social work really is critical to that work moving forward. Thank you.
I also want to express my gratitude for having been included in this really just lovely conversation, and the kind of conversation I don't get to have often enough. Sort of final thoughts, and most of this is echoing things that my colleagues have said. Democracy is not a thing. It's an act, it's a process, it's a practice, as Tanya said. But it's also a group practice, right? You cannot engage in democracy on your own. I mean, you can go out and you can go into the voting booth and vote, but yeah, fine, right? But if you really want to think about where are the spaces where you can make change, decide that you will do something, and it doesn't make a bit of difference what it is. Decide that you will do something. Find people close to you who are interested in the same thing. Connect with them, start to build a political community and build your own knowledge about what the collective sense about the most important issues around you are, and then work collectively toward thinking about, all right, what is it that we could achieve? And start with small, easy, achievable goals, because this is work that you need to do over the long run. And you can't do it if you have naive and unrealistic expectations of how much change can happen and so fast, because you get burnt out and you'll quit, right? So think about sort of building stages, building in successes, celebrate those successes. and figure out what the next one is, move on from there.
Okay. I think I'll put on my director's hat as we close. And I want to thank everyone for all the panelists for participating in this discussion. And I want to thank our moderator for doing a wonderful job of herding cats. And thank all of you out there who are listening and thinking and sharing your thoughts. I think the future of political social work, and can we say democracy, are two very different conversations, but they overlap, because we hopefully political social work will be part of the solution. If you get a chance, I would urge you, we're going to have these videos posted on our website. And if you get an opportunity, if you did not hear the video at this afternoon at 1:00 with the young social workers, I would encourage you all to take a listen to what they had to say, because it was very encouraging, and they see a pretty promising future, which it's hopeful for all of us. So we are going to have more conversations like this. We're going to be working on a Democracy Project podcast and some other things coming in the future. The comments that were made today were this is an exceptional panel, and they were all great. Just stay in tune, visit our website occasionally, and you'll keep up with some of the things we'll be doing. And hopefully we can make a difference as social workers.
Well, thank you everybody for tuning in. Fantastic panel. I see this as maybe episode 1 of the podcast, because I'd love to have all of you on the podcast once we get that started. Thanks everybody that joined us via the chat. As Charles said, please share the recording. Tune into our events tomorrow. We've got a lot of really good ones. Take a look at the schedule, because some of them occur at the same time, so you got to make the tough decision about which one you go to. But stay tuned, and please stay connected to CRISP.
Okay. Thank you.